It is 7:13. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, on to item 2, 5 principles of the Cruiser PLC.
We have a special guest joining us tonight to do the 5 principles of Cruiser PLC, Mr. C.J. Huffman.
My name is C.J. Huffman. Mike was kind enough to ask me and give me the opportunity to come in and speak to you guys for just a couple seconds about my experience with PLC as a teacher. We've implemented it this year, and I had the pleasure of going to the PLC conference in Tucson, being a part of the coalition that's kind of helping to implement and talk about some of the things that we're doing in PLC. And I got to say, coming into it as a teacher, I wasn't sure if it was going to be, I've been in the district for about 13 years. So I wasn't sure if it was going to be just kind of the next thing with the hoops that we had to jump through. And the thing that I've kind of seen from PLC is that really isn't the case. When I went to the conference, it really seems like a process that allows teachers to take control and use data effectively, but across the district. So I've really felt like as a 5th grade teacher at Glendenning Elementary, I've never had a better opportunity or more opportunities to feel like a team with all the 5th grade teachers across the district. And we really have kind of come together. We look at our data, we create assessments based on what the students need. And I think that these 5 principles really kind of speak to what the process truly is. And it's more than just a few 5 principles. It really is what we're doing. And I'd be lying if I said that it was easy, because it's not. It's been incredibly difficult. A lot of work has gone into it. And I'm really excited to see what the process goes out before us, how it unfolds, because I think the results are going to be really great when we get it down. It's our first year of implementation, but I think it's going really well. And so if you guys wouldn't mind, now there's a hot debate over how you're supposed to count with what fingers. So, I know Mike has his preferences. So I'm sorry, Paul, maybe for consistency's sake, I'm going to start with the thumb. But we'll go ahead and say those. It's that we focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, and we decide what to do next. So thank you guys for listening to me yammer on for a couple minutes, and appreciate it.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
Here.
Ms. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Bauer?
Here.
Mrs. Daudelberger?
Here.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Here.
All right, on to review a belief statement and board norms, please.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to 1, support the mission and vision of the district. 2, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings. 3, respect one another as elected representatives of the community. Be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. 4, allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard, listen to all perspectives with an open mind. 5, stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. 6, maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies, ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And 7, after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome.
All right, thank you so much. On to item B, agenda approval.
So moved. Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Daudelberger as second. I believe that we have some comments and additions. Whoever would like to start first, Mrs. Walsh or Mr. Kirschner. Was there anything else for discussion for the adoption of the meeting agenda?
Yes, I would like to strike the resolutions for censure. I was not given a heads up on that. The only board document that I got did not have that on it. Additionally, I am represented by counsel. So if a censure resolution was being brought, Council should have been made aware of that, and I'm certain they were not because they did not contact me. I request a public hearing where I can be represented by my attorney. Currently, my attorney is conflicted out because Seth, you filed a lawsuit and without board approval and stating that I wasn't invited to a meeting that I attended when I was in fact invited through email. So until that is settled, my attorney is conflicted from directly representing me to this board. He must represent me according to him through Oregon law. So we don't have a forum set up here to allow me to respond properly to this censure. So I would please ask that it be postponed until my attorney can be here.
Any discussion?
I,
Zach? Yep, I need a second.
I second his
do I have a
motion.
second?
I second his motion.
Okay.
But I'd also like to discuss his motion. So I too would like that censor removed. First off, I just received the board packet today, so I haven't had the 48 hours with this board packet that I'm required to have. So that's a problem. I agree with everything Mr. Kirshner said with the attorneys being conflicted out. Not to mention the fact that there are multiple violations in the process to have the investigation. It was never lawfully authorized by the board. It was a misuse of the ACB harassment policy. The agenda process here looks more like an ambush than it does. There's a long-standing practice that a draft agenda is circulated internally to the board members before the final public agenda is posted. On the internal draft, it did not appear on that draft. It only appeared later, and here it is right now. So it does not satisfy the basic fairness of our process.
I would add that we had an executive session, which I vehemently opposed and with which Kathy refused to attend. And in that, I requested that if any further action be taken, that I be given opportunity for a public hearing with my representation to be there. And I will point out that I think this board is extremely confused between a public official and an elected official. And the fact that you all think that you can go back and discuss elected officials and disciplining them in executive session and reviewing that entire process just points to how I think how off base you are. I'm an elected official, not a public official. When the law that you call references going into executive session for a public official, that would be Mr. Grove, for instance, or Mr. Collier, that would not be a fellow board member. So I think the entire basis of this is quicksand, and I would love to see us go into 2026 without spending another $1 million a year on legal actions, which it appears we may be headed down a road where we're just going to continue in combat in court, and I certainly don't want that.
So I did try to hold a special meeting regarding this, and I didn't get your availability, Mr. Kirshner. Mrs. Walsh was unavailable. We were unable to have the meeting. But I'd also like to ask Mr. Grove, when was the agenda sent out and via mail and via email, please?
It was published last Thursday afternoon, and hard copies were prepared and mailed Thursday afternoon.
I appreciate that. Kathy said she got hers today.
I haven't got it at all. This is what they just handed me.
Okay. Well,
If it was mailed on Thursday, it was not.
And it
Don't
happens.
we have inter-office mail, Mr. Group, Superintendent Group?
The reason it is mailed to you is per your directive that hand delivery to your house as we were doing before wasn't satisfactory. You said we were told that we had to do it by U.S. mail, then that meets the criteria, which is what we've been doing since that time.
do we have inter-district mail?
Yes, we do.
So, no, I don't think we ever had a resolution or a vote saying it had to be mailed. It seems like inter-district mail.
That was per
would be
your
more
request,
cost
Mrs.
efficient.
Walsh.
Yeah,
My
there
request was that I just get it delivered to my home.
no,
No,
they
ma'am,
did
how
you
not.
you
didn't
have
say
to do
that.
it,
I'm
then
sorry,
that's
Ms.
fine.
Walsh, you did not. You stated that you wish to have it mailed to your home. You pointed the Ohio Revised Code where it talked about, and I think it's an old statute from 75 before we got to a board doc situation, that you would prefer that it be mailed to your house. We were sending people and couriering it. So we were taking someone from the district to drop it off at your house. We've done it multiple ways, but the last thing you said is mailed. And I'll try to find that board doc meeting minutes where that was done about a year or so ago, which was the preference for you and Mr. Kirshner. I did want to make a comment in regards to the statement that was made that it appears that the board agenda was circulated. It was not prior. Only thing happened was that it was sent out to us like it always is. So no one, inner workings behind the scenes or the conspiracy that others may think has happened has not.
I wasn't intimating any type of conspiracy. I didn't get it. I know the mail can be somewhat inconsistent. And typically that I have this right here. It's not a big deal. We're talking about taking an action against a public official who is represented by counsel. You are represented by counsel. So in that case, this goes beyond, oh, I sent something in the mail Thursday. Attorneys are often not available on 4 days notice. And notice definitely should have been provided to my counsel. There's no excuse for not doing that. That's the bottom line. And not only that, that was pretty much committed to me when we met last on this subject, that I would have the opportunity for public hearing and I could be represented. And I just don't have that. So that's the biggest issue that I have here. It's whether or not, I don't believe there's any intention not to get me this notification, but I didn't get it. And that's.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that, Mr. Kirshner, that it was not intentional. I do appreciate that.
I would also like to interject that I have over 90 questions that I will be asking regarding this censure that relate to Mr. Kirshner and myself. So you could wait and answer those questions and I can get them to you, or we could do it during the board meeting tonight. That's up to you, but I'm in agreement with Mr. Kirshner that this needs to be removed so that we have the opportunity to discuss this and get answers to the questions that we have regarding this
We've tried multiple times.
impropers.
I look forward to the vote. I will have to say I disagree. We've tried, and I saw the communication that has went out to us for availability. I believe Mr. Bauer stated that it was there. So I don't know if we can call the question, Mr. President.
All right, on to roll call, please.
And the motion I'm doing right now is John's motion to remove the censures. That's what
That is-
we're voting on.
That is correct.
To remove both censures.
Yes, it's item F4 and 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me put that down. F4 and 5.
Yes, I believe that is the case, Mr. Treasurer.
Can you read the motion?
Yeah. Board of Education approves to remove Mr. Kirster and Mrs. Walsh's censures. And then I have a whole bunch of other writing, but that's the basis of the motion. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
No,
Mr. Bauer,
No.
Mrs. Studeberger,
No,
and Mr. Kirshner.
All right, motion fails.
I would like to request a 20-minute recess to give myself time to print out documents in preparation for this, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
On to roll call, please.
And I'm sorry, I have to add another motion. 20-minute recess.
Mr. Kirshner asked for a 20-minute recess. He
Okay.
was the first and Mrs. Walsh was second.
can I
Thank you.
have a discussion first on this?
Yeah.
Can we wait till we have the agenda approved first?
Yeah, I would be great. So then, are you making I second your motion, Libby, to postpone or that we would go on recess once the agenda is approved. I second your motion, Libby.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and do this. All right. We have another motion that
Point of order. What is the motion? And are you Vice President Dalbelberger changing Mr. Kirshner's motion?
I did not, ma'am. What was stated was Miss Walsh. I
I
mean, Miss.
couldn't follow what you were saying.
Oh, no problem. I'll repeat it for you. Miss Gray stated she asked if we could go to recess after we approve the agenda. And I just said I second her motion. That's it. It was not to change Mr. Kirshner's motion.
and that was a first by Libby and a second by Latoya, correct?
Right. And then John's motion was first
by
and
John.
Miss Walsh was second for the 20-minute recess, sir.
So let's take the motion first that John did. Okay.
Yes.
So this motion is John asked for 20-minute recess. Okay.
Correct.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
No.
Mr. Bauer?
No.
Mrs. Delderberger?
No.
And Mr. Kirshner?
You all are actually refusing me time to prepare for this?
No.
Now
No,
we'll be
sir, we
voting on the
didn't.
next
Oh my
one.
gosh, unbelievable.
No,
No,
sir.
that's-
Yes.
No,
Mr. Kirshner, you're not listening. We made another motion that we would do your 20-minute recess request after
okay.
the agenda was approved. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. I think you just said 20-minute recess. Did you not say that before?
Yeah, but we asked for it to be after the
Okay.
agenda was approved, sir. Thank you.
Sorry,
We're trying to get the agenda approved, then the motion is recess.
my
after.
mistake. Thank
All
you.
good.
Okay.
All right,
so-
motion fails. On to the next motion, please.
Next motion is that we'll wait to the adoption of the meeting and then go into a 20-minute recess.
Correct.
And that was first by Libby and second by Latoya.
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Delderberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirshner?
Aye, thank you.
Motion passes. On to any other discussion regarding the agenda.
Yes, I would like to have the evaluation of the treasurer removed from the agenda. And before we vote on tonight, there was a procedural concern into the records. I want to enter that into the records. First, I did not receive the mailed agenda packet and supporting material, which are normally delivered several days in advance. Policy BDC requires the agenda and its supporting materials be distributed to the board members at least 48 hours prior to the meeting to allow for careful consideration. That did not occur. Second, on December 3rd, the board president notified us only that we would discuss the evaluation process for the treasurer and superintendent. Nothing in that communication suggested evaluations were already underway and we carried out tonight. Third, last night at 7:59 p.m., the board president sent 17 documents labeled as evaluation material for use tomorrow night. I opened those material email this morning. Given their volume and significance, there's no way to meaningfully review them on the day of the meeting. Fourth, the treasurer's email indicates that the president and vice president individually requested evaluation material. Policy BBAA, board member authority, is clear. Individual board members have no authority over district affairs outside of a legal meeting. A member may not act on behalf of the board only when the board has delegated authority. They only act on when we have delegated the authority by vote. There has been no board vote authorizing the solicitation of evaluation documents or the initiation of this evaluation process. Policy BCB also does not grant the president independent authority to begin evaluations or direct administrators. The president's authority is limited to presiding over meetings, calling meetings, and signing board-approved actions. This means the material being presented tonight were obtained without board authorization and through a procedurally improper process. Fifth, our evaluation process requires a structured, criteria-based approach. AFBA treasurer and AFB/CBA superintendent all require job descriptions, aligned criteria, written evaluations, and proper consultation. None of those steps have occurred. Importantly, the incoming board will assume responsibility for leadership oversight in just a few weeks. and any evaluation conducted now can be revisited and redone by the new board. There is no need to move forward with a process that has not followed required procedures or met policy standards. For these reasons, and to preserve the integrity of the evaluation process, I cannot support approving an agenda that includes evaluation items tonight. Finally, although I have not seen the official agenda packet, I haven't been able to look through it as they just handed that to me. I want to be prepared in the event that, well, I'm going to bypass that, never mind. So I make a motion to remove the treasurer's evaluation items from tonight's agenda due to the lack of timely agenda material and lack of board authorization to initiate the evaluation process and the failure to comply with policy BDDC, AFBA, AFB, BCC, and CBA.
Do I have a second?
We haven't had
No, that was her. Was that your?
I
a
just made
second
that
to
motion.
remove. Yes.
Yeah, that's her motion. Is that your motion?
I will second that.
All right.
And then my promise you short, brief discussion on this. Two items. One is when we were doing the superintendent's last raise consideration, one of the motions that I made, which was voted down, was that we would do the superintendent's evaluation in October. That was to avoid these last minute things that we're so good at. Secondly, the treasurer's last review was February. So this just appears to me to be a lame duck whitewashing session to try to cover up things that should wait until next year when we're complete with some of our investigations that we're in the midst of. Thank you.
Go ahead.
First of all, the comments that have been made, the evaluation process is a two meeting process. The first one, which would be tonight, is one where the superintendent and the treasurer bring their responses to their prior evaluation with how they reached their goals. And that was one of the documents that was sent to us in the email so that we would have electronic copies of it. The second meeting is, and they discuss their results with us. The second meeting is when we actually do the evaluation.
Yeah,
So
we got it.
implying that it is, and this is how it's been done since I've been on the board for 12 years. So it's not a one night evaluation, it's a 2 meeting evaluation. And my personal feeling is it's not proper to have new board members evaluate the prior year superintendent when they have not been a part of the board at that time. So that's why it's important that the board does their evaluation now before the end of our terms.
I would say it is not normal to do two evaluations, the superintendent and the treasurer, both in one night. You do their review, the next time you do the board input. That should be a much longer process, whether you've done it that way for 12 years or not. And also, to your point, other boards, etc., would have invited in the 2 newly elected officials to be part of this process, so that they could be part of the learning curve, and they may also have additional feedback, knowledge, perspectives that would add to the process. Thank you.
So if we could start back with the evaluation process. I want to point out in the delivery there is where you can receive a copy of things via mail, telegram, overnight, and things. However, it's not the only way to access the board packet. And if the board packet wasn't received by the normal time, I know I didn't receive a phone call or an email stating that the board packet wasn't received. And as an elected official, as we like to throw throw around here to a certain degree, it would be your job to then follow up to say, hey, I don't have it. Where is it at? So to come to the meeting and constantly say year after year, over and over and over again that, oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I didn't get it. But if a kid doesn't have their homework at school, we say, hey, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you ask for something? Same things applies to us as elected officials at the board. Regarding the evaluation process, I solely concur with Ms. Gray. I'm not sure about how we would have incorporated newly coming in board members as they're not sworn in yet. So I would have to say, you know, if that's something that we wanted to do, and that was an interest of members of the board. I don't know if anyone reached out to the board president to coordinate that effort, if that's the case, versus to appear tonight at this board meeting to imply as if we intentionally did not want to, because that is not the narrative that is we have. We've all reached out individually and welcomed them, so it's not that we don't want to work with them, but also as the supervisors are the direct reports to us as a board, it would be a disservice for us as a collective to do our evaluation. And Mr. Groove, from what I have, did not have his evaluation this February. That would have been last February if I'm looking correctly. And you are correct, Mr. Kirshner, about the October process. However, we had some other things that came up around that time, which even if we would have had it scheduled, we would have had to move to handle other issues that we've been handling in executive session, which you are aware of as well. So I do understand that part, but we had other things that were priority, in my opinion, that we were handling at that time, and it would not have allowed for us to have done the evaluation. I know there are a lot of policies that were listed. Hopefully we can have those in the board meeting minutes, and you guys can head over to board docs and click on those and open those up, and also scroll down and then click on the Ohio Revised Code portions to truly understand what the law says to depict the policy. But it is our job to ensure that we rate and evaluate our treasurer and our superintendent with this current board, because this is the board that set those goals. This is the board that should be the one that evaluates that. So I do appreciate my colleagues' comments, but as Ms. Gray stated, this is not a one-night event. It is a two-night event, and the board president didn't just go out. It is his job to coordinate getting the information for the board to then look at. If not, it's never been a group effort. It's the board president. That's why you have a president, in order to get the information, to set the agenda and those things, to get things moving. And I mean, this is not a debate, but that is what I have. So thank you all so much. And I don't know if we can call the question at this time. Mr. Bauer.
On to roll call, please.
No,
I'm sorry.
I have a rebuttal to that for sure.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
was there a, did someone move to call the question?
Yes,
Okay, and so what are we doing?
we're going to roll call.
So after all these years, you don't even know how call the question works?
Oh, geez. Mr.
It's a motion and it
It's a
requires a second.
I second.
All right.
Roll call, please.
On to roll call, please.
So there's a motion by Victoria.
Yep.
Mhm.
I seconded the calling of the question.
I have a lot of motions here.
Sorry.
We're not done yet.
And we're,
Going on an hour.
no agenda approved.
So the motion we're going to vote on now is the motion to remove the treasurer evaluation from executive session tonight.
I thought he was making a motion to call the
No,
question.
right now, the motion
Oh,
is to
sorry.
call the question to stop conversation.
Okay, sorry. Let me go to that one. I gotta move it back around. Okay, so the motion now is to call the question first by Latoya, second by
Me.
Seth. Okay, Mrs. Walsh,
No,
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dadelberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirshner.
No,
All right, motion passes.
no.
that takes a 2/3 vote, Mr.
Again,
President.
you have the audacity to suggest that you're going to censure me, and you don't know how to even run a meeting. There's a reason that the call the question requires a 2/3 vote. And that's so that it doesn't become a tool for you to bully us and silence us.
All right.
Nobody's
That
voting.
motion did not pass. It
Calm
failed.
down, Mr. Kirshner.
It failed. I'm not
Calm down.
upset. I'm not upset.
You
I'm
are upset.
simply
It's okay.
articulating very clearly.
Mrs. Dadelberger, did you have a comment?
I did. I think that at this point, we are not necessarily being productive, and I would like to redirect our board back to what we're here for, which is our students and our families. I understand that certain people don't like certain things. I don't think anyone on the board is intentionally trying to bully, but I will say that those are the words that are going to be used. We need to also look at our staff and the perception that they have of this board. And so the statement you used, Mr. Kirshner, about bullying, I would not use that in that way, as there's definitely times that staff may have felt that. So I think we need to, as a board, just reconvene, take a deep breath, and get back to where we are. And I really would ask that we've all made the same comments. And what happens is one person will say something, and I'm not being funny when I say this, but you, John or Kathy, you guys then want to go back and forth to have the last word. No one's trying to silence you. We've all spoke once. So is there something else new to add, or is it just to reiterate your point?
Yeah, the point is, I wasn't calling an individual bully. I was saying that the reason that requires a 2/3 vote is so that you don't have a bully pulpit, so that three people can't silence the other two. It's there for a purpose. And the other thing is, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but if you're going to censure someone and you've been president for a year, you should know what you're doing. And I knew when I was in that position what I was doing, and I knew that it wasn't just call the question and then off you go to vote, and that one person could just silence the five. So I think that's an important thing. Neither one of you knew that, okay? And then here you come to censure me, and you talk about not being prepared for meetings, and you can see that I'm usually pretty darn prepared for meetings. There are times I don't get packets, but I work and I make notes and I try to give constructive input. So obviously, when we're in this process and you all fumble through Robert's rules like that, it feels pretty insulting to me that this is the same group that plans on censuring me.
All right, so we're getting off topic here, so I'd like to make sure that we're on topic. So if we have comments, instead of just berating each other like we're doing right now, let's get back to the discussion, please.
Yes, the discussion. Libby made a lot of statements, but she didn't cite any policies, and they contradict our policy tremendously. We have to follow policy. Latoya made a comment that I did send an email saying I had not received the board packet. I didn't receive it. I sent an email.
I said I wasn't
as
sure
far
if
as
you
our
sent
students are
anything.
concerned, we are here, yes, because we care about our students and we want to do right by our students. That's why we follow the policies. We ask our staff to follow the policies that are put in place. We ask the rules. The policies are rules to follow. We ask our students to follow the rules. And when you sit here, you think it's funny. Yeah. Is it funny, Miss Gray? Yes. You guys told us. I mean, I'm telling you, we have the policies. Yes, we have a policy on how the whole evaluation process is going to take place. And you can't just say, well, we've always done it this way, or we want to do it that way. That's not how it works. To dump 17 documents on a board member the day of the meeting, actually, and say, you need to be prepared. And you need to be able to do what we are here to do. That's disrespectful. It's not appropriate, and it should never happen. And, putting up with it for years, thank God that'll end.
And I appreciate Latoya's comments about I should have reached out, but I actually looked at a simple agenda for December and thought, oh, finally, we have a simple agenda that won't keep us here all night. And forgive my ignorance and being so naive as to not reach out and say, oh, please dump a bunch more on me.
All right, well, it is 7:47 and we still haven't adopted our agenda. So is there any more discussion that we need to have on this topic?
Well, we need to vote on removing these
Right. So the next motion
And
is to remove the treasurer's evaluation from executive session.
Has everyone done? Has everyone
What
spoken their
about the
piece?
superintendents?
No.
Well, I was told that all there was going to be was the treasurer's evaluation, not a superintendent's, because the superintendent was going out of town. I received documents for an evaluation for the treasurer. So if you're now saying there's more documents that I'm going to be given in, I don't know when, that's okay. We can always redo these evaluations after after the beginning of the year. That's fine.
If I
That's
could,
fine. Just go ahead.
if I could, I just wanted to at least read the part, well, since we want to cite the policy, and you are correct, Miss Walsh. No, I don't. I did not cite any policy as I was looking at the other items, but I did pull up the policy that you mentioned, which is AFB specifically for the superintendent, and it doesn't state anything specifically about I guess saying that we had to do something specific as you mentioned, but we can read it. Just so for the record, if you could add this, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if we can add this as a link, but it is the policy evaluation AFB. But the big thing that sticks out to me is the board evaluates the abilities and services of the superintendent at least once a year. And so that is what we need to do. Outside of that, any coordination and things that is not necessarily defined in that policy, which I've pulled up here. So I'm using the same policy that you are. It's based off the job description, those same things that we can read that, but that is available in our board docs. And then the one for the treasurer she mentioned is AFBA. So if we could either link those, Mr. Treasurer, into the meeting minutes, that way if the public would like to read it for themselves, they can do so. Thank you.
Okay, so we're motioning that to remove the treasurer's evaluation from executive session. That's what we're voting on now. Okay, Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
No.
Mr. Bauer.
No.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
No.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Motion fails. Any other discussion on the meeting agenda?
A motion to remove the superintendent's evaluation, since I've now been informed that that's also going to be on the agenda.
Yeah, got an email about that too. All right, second, do I have a second on this, Ms. Walsh's motion?
Second,
On to discussion.
Same discussion. I'm not going to repeat it.
I will add that we have an investigation that has not been closed out, to my knowledge, unless it was closed out somehow behind closed doors, that would affect these evaluations. And I don't understand how in the world we could proceed until we conclude the investigations.
If I can make a comment, we are not concluding tonight. We're just at least getting the presentation. So if that is a stipulation for the colleagues, our board, that is something we can discuss at that time. However, tonight it was just to review what has been completed for this year. So I just want to make that clear.
Could you restate that, please? Are you saying we will be?
I said, as Ms. Gray had pointed out, it was we've always had a two-step process with our superintendent and treasurer evaluations. The first meeting is where the superintendent and the treasurer presents the data, the outcomes of the goals in which were set and defined, also updating us on, state report card and those things more in depth from their role, aligned with their job description and the other things outlined in policy AFB. And then we come back at the second meeting to then go through the evaluation. We all take it home. We have time to go through it, dissect what they've stated in addition to the documentation that was provided, and then render a evaluation conclusion at that time. So tonight it's just for their presentation. And I hear what you're saying, but we're not necessarily rendering a final evaluation. We're allowing them the opportunity to present what they've accomplished this year, which I will say our students and our teachers and administrators have done an amazing job despite of what has happened up here once a month. So I think it is fair that we do that, and it's our job of this board to hear them.
I understand what you said. It has nothing to do with my objection of an ongoing investigation, but thank you for that.
We got any other discussion?
Okay.
On the roll call,
So
please.
this motion is to remove the superintendent's evaluation from our executive session. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
No.
I said my wrong.
It's already done. That's taken.
No.
Did you
Mr. Bauer.
Am I allowed-
No.
Am I allowed to do that? I answered it the wrong way. I had to correct my vote to no.
The motion is to remove the superintendent evaluations from executive session. Okay, so you know she said the wrong thing. We can redo it.
If there's confusion about what the motion is, clarify the motion and go back through the roll call for everybody.
Okay, so we're going back. We're redoing the motion to remove the superintendent evaluation from executive session. Mrs. Walsh.
I believe, point of order, this is procedurally wrong. According to Robert's Rule of Order, we have taken the vote. The vote needs to continue. Then you can ask to recall the vote.
Can you come to the podium? I'm sorry.
I believe you had not finished going through the roll call vote. Is that right? And there was a question about what the
Yeah.
motion was.
No, there was not a question about what the motion
said
was.
I
You
answered
asked
it
the
wrong.
question from the audience, what the motion was. Nobody up here on the panel
Oh, I
asked
was-
that.
I was asked a question that I answered.
I
Ms. Walsh.
asked her if I was able to, I answered it incorrectly. Can I change my vote?
If there is if the vote is not complete, you can clarify what the motion is, but you have to go back through the entire
Okay.
roll call
All
vote.
right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion again is to remove the superintendent evaluation from the executive session. It was first by Kathy, second by John. Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
No.
Mr. Bauer.
No.
Mrs. Doppelberger.
No.
And Mr. Kirschner.
All right, motion fails. Back to adoption of meeting agenda. Do we have anything else to discuss?
Oh, I would also ask that the policies be removed. I make a motion that we remove the policies, second read from the agenda.
Do I have a second? All right, Mrs. Walsh is first, Mr. Kirschner is second. On to discussion.
Is that to remove all the policies, Ms. Walsh?
Yeah, I absolutely.
Okay. Is there a reason why, if I could ask, since we have discussion?
Yeah, I didn't have a board packet and there's like a bunch of policies here to read. How am I supposed to do this? There
You
are
had 'em from the
36
first read.
policies. We were also, I wasn't at the meeting, but I did
you had
listen
the
to the
packet.
meeting. I did listen to the meeting and the superintendent said that he was going to be sending a document for us to review before Thanksgiving. There was no document sent, no changes. So there's no way I can go through all of these changes. There was only, at the November meeting, only 6 of the 30 plus policies were discussed by the board. And we have a responsibility to discuss all the policies. They were not all discussed. That's clear.
Mrs. Walsh, you had the policies almost a month before the previous meeting. We discussed any questions that were available. The board was going to respond to me by the end of business on Tuesday if there were any additional changes to the items that we addressed in there. There was also a question for me to check with OSBA, which I did. I followed up with OSBA's response. I also didn't receive any other feedback. So the few changes that we made at the last board meeting were the policies that were revised and sent back out.
So again, I will state that, policy BF requires careful and orderly process. I just received this packet that is different than the packet that we had sent to us. It has different markings. The board did not discuss all these policies. 36 policies and we only discussed 6 of them. So that's my motion, is to remove them.
Thank you for your,
I read all 36 and the 6 comments that I had, I brought them forward. And so if you listened to the meeting, then you would have had the notes to be able to go back to see if those changes have been made, and they have been made. And you know, all I can keep stressing is if you would look at board docs, they're out there. If you would receive your agendas by email, you would have them. And you're able to do emails and everything else to us, but yet you can't look at your own emails and you can't look at board docs. So you obviously have internet access. So therefore you should be able to do everything that everybody else is doing, but you try to make it so special for yourself that disrupts the whole process.
When the board discusses only a
Can-
fraction of of a large update packet of policies, while the majority of the policies receive no public deliberation, the intent of our policy BF is not being met at all.
It's met
No.
because we've looked at them and we don't have any questions. If we agree with the change, which a lot of them are just legal changes that were required by law to make the change, then there is no discussion. The law has dictated those changes.
That's correct. And I was also just add that I'm not sure why we would, not saying that we shouldn't, but just because we don't discuss every single policy, it does not mean that the board hasn't had a conversation or reviewed them or asked their questions to legal. We did have a discussion. We did discuss the policies that we had in front of us. If you have more that you say we need to discuss in order to meet that policy, are you prepared to deliberate with what you have? But I know you're going to say you didn't get them in time, even though they're the same. And I would also yield that to the public to understand that some of these policies, we have to have them approved by a certain deadline. So if anything, if we're going to not approve some of the policies, I'm going to be putting a motion on the floor that we ensure vote on the ones that we have to by law, so we're in compliance.
Yeah, I would add that the fact that we only questioned maybe 6, I didn't keep score, didn't mean we weren't reviewing them. I had a lot of notes on the policies, and Libby went first, and it happened that she had a lot of the same questions I had. So when it came to me, I just had a handful. But I don't think that's an indication that we weren't carefully reviewing the policies. A lot of them were word changes, not controversial, and just required by statute. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Okay, so the motion I have now is to remove all board policies from the agenda, and it was first by Kathy and then seconded by John.
That's correct.
All right. So the board, again, the motion is to remove all board policies from the agenda. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
No,
Mr. Bauer?
No.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
No.
And Mr. Kirschner?
No,
Motion fails. Anything else for discussion for agenda approval? Hearing none, on to roll call for the adoption of the meeting agenda.
Okay. All right. Again, this is now the motion to approve the agenda. It was first by Libby and second by Latoya.
That's correct.
Mrs. Walsh?
No.
Mrs. Gray?
aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
no,
Motion passes. We now already voted on the 20-minute break, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right, so it is 8:01 and we are adjourned until 8:22. Mrs. Walsh. It is 8:23. We have returned from recess on to item D, public participation. Okay. All meetings of the board and board appointed committees are open to the public. For the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the approved agenda effectively and efficiently, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted at each regular Board of Education meeting. Those submitting a written request to address the board before the start of the meeting will be granted 3 minutes to present their remarks. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. When addressing the board, the speaker shall give their name, address, and any group affiliations they may represent. Each person wishing to address the board will be given a total of 3 minutes to present and conclude their presentation. No person will be permitted to speak twice on the same topic. Public participation is not a dialogue or discussion between the presenter and the board. It is an opportunity for you to present any ideas or concerns to the board in a public forum. The board will not debate the merits of your position. We will respectfully listen to your presentation, and we may ask clarifying questions. The board may refer you or your concern to the superintendent for follow-up if necessary. Please remember that state law prohibits discussing specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive sessions of the board. Thank you. And we have two public participations. First up is Elizabeth Simcox and Brian Bardwell. And please come to the podium.
Hi there, my name is Brian Bardwell. Ms. Simcox has asked me to speak on her behalf. We're here today to address the censures that have already taken up a lot of the board's time today. Although this is my first time in Groveport, I guess I should say that I've spent most of my career working on these types of issues, working on transparency, open records, open meetings, First Amendment rights, and we have concerns that we want to make sure the board is aware of before it moves forward on this. And I think the board has already done a lot of discussion on several of the violations that John has already identified in the remarks, so I don't want to spend a bunch of time on that, but I do want to emphasize that at this point, the board has hired an investigator without doing that in the open. The board had discussions of an investigation of board members who requested an open meeting. It's done that in private, and now it's planning apparently to discuss in executive session these censures again. These are all things that the state law does not allow, explicitly forbids the board from moving forward on in executive session. And if the board does move forward on these, it is opening up the board members who are here today, and of course, once they're out the door, they get to kick the can down the road to whoever comes in, but it's tying up the new board in litigation over these matters as well. And so we want to encourage the board, first of all, to reconsider that position and consider giving the new board, when it comes in, time to address these matters, time to do them properly, time to do everything out in the open, rather than tying up the new board. More dangerous than that, though, is moving forward with these censures that are going to violate these board members' First Amendment rights. They are specifically tied to this investigative report. It censures them for harassment that the investigative report says never happened in violation of any board policy. And that investigative report ties back to all sorts of protected speech that these board members have engaged in. If the board proceeds with that, it is again tying up the board. And again, not just the new board, but because this is a civil rights lawsuit, it is tying up The individual members of the board who sit here today and are on the way out, it is committing them to years of civil rights litigation that is going to waste the time, money, energy, and resources of this district. Everybody here has heard the board talk time and time again about the first priority is the kids, the parents, the families of this district. There is no way for this new board coming in to focus on the kids, the parents, the families of this district if it's tied up relitigating, rehashing, revisiting these censures. Thank you very much. There is no way for them to do that if it's tied up relitigating all these old matters. It can't focus on the kids, the families, the parents if it's tied up with these internal conflicts. It can't focus on them if it's tied up in litigation. Next year's board has a serious opportunity to turn the page on the conflict that has been plaguing this board for years. We just want to urge this board, do not poison that well leading into 2026. Reject these resolutions and let the new board start fresh. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Zach Sweeney. Please come to the podium.
Sorry, forgive my slowness. I sprained my ankle a few days ago. Do I begin now?
You can begin.
Okay, thank you. I'm here as the parent of a student at Dunlow Elementary. I had just come to discover that my child had skipped multiple days of school this year. This was found out because my wife got off of work early and got home and found my child at home. Thankfully, there was no issue. But the point stands that neither my wife nor I were notified by the school of any of these absences. We were not called, we were not emailed, we were not texted. We had no idea that our student was missing school. Now, I know that section 3321.141 of the revised code requires that parents or guardians of students need to be notified within 120 minutes of the start of the school day of an unexcused absence. And if it is done by an automated calling system, which I do know that this district uses, that it needs to be confirmed that the call was placed and a voicemail at the least was left. This failure, I think, calls into question the methods by which these notifications are going out and being verified. It's a clear indication of the fact that it's not being verified, that the calls are being made successfully. And I would further urge the board to consider what its backup methods of communication are in the instance of a unexcused absence, that especially if a call is not being made, that instead of it being pushed to a secondary automated system like an email or a text, that get actual personal attention to it and the parent or guardian be contacted that way. The last thing that I'll bring up with regard to it is that I was informed that at the end of the day, we were not contacted because my phone number, which was listed for the automated dialing system, I had somehow apparently opted out of contact, which had I known what I was responding, I definitely wouldn't have opted out of being contacted when my student was not at school. And it calls into question whether or not a parent should even be able to opt out of that communication method, given the the severity of the issue at hand. Thank you.
Could I ask that the superintendent follow up with him, please?
Yes, I've actually spoken with Mr. Sweeney a couple times, and I have some follow-up information for him as well. So,
All right, thank you.
All right, on to item
Um,
E.
I have a question real quick. We all received a request from the incoming new board member for a public participation statement. I assume the president or vice president would be reading that statement. Are we not gonna read her statement that she
What
sent to us?
statement? Was it emailed?
It was an email from Ashley Zimmer and stating that she was sick and asking if we would be willing to read it on her behalf. I can read it. If neither of you want to read it.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I guess that's not part of our policy, but I mean, go ahead.
So yes, Miss Ashley Zimmer sent this to the board this afternoon. She wanted to be here, but she was ill. She said, "I'm speaking as a member of the public regarding the proposed resolution of censure against current board members. My primary concern is that I was unable to locate any meeting where this investigation was voted on and formally approved by the board. Without such approval, the foundation of these claims is questionable, and the validity of the resolution itself is in serious doubt. If passed, this resolution could intimidate current and future board members, discourage open participation, and escalate conflict, ultimately undermining collaboration and effective oversight. Such actions do not serve the students or the community. They perpetrate division and erode trust. As a community, we need to shift the tone and work together towards what is best for our students rather than getting caught up in a division or unproductive tactics. I urge the board to consider whether this resolution truly advances the interest of the students and the community, or whether it risks fueling ongoing conflict. I would also like to point out that the agenda includes proposed dates for both the organizational meeting and the regular board meeting, as well as election of a pro temp chairperson. I believe these decisions should involve input from the newly elected board members. It is inconsiderate and disappointing that the board did not consult the newly elected members to ensure the dates and time would avoid unnecessary inconvenience. Thank you for your time and consideration. She did say that she's available on Tuesdays in this email that she sent to the board. Thank you.
All right, on to recognitions and presentations.
well, good evening, everyone. For those of you in the audience tonight, you can see that being a board member can be a challenging and rewarding job. So we have a couple board members who will be ending their time with Groveport Madison, and we're going to take a moment to recognize them. The first one, I have a resolution honoring Mr. Seth Bauer. Whereas Mr. Seth Bauer has served on the Groveport Madison School Board of Education for 4 years, and throughout his tenure on the Board of Education, Mr. Bauer earned the utmost respect from fellow board members in the administration, teachers, and staff of Groveport Madison local schools. And whereas Mr. Bauer's contributions are an intelligent, thoughtful, hardworking, kind, detail-oriented, dedicated, and generous person are unparalleled and will be greatly missed by his fellow board members and Groveport Madison School District staff and students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Groveport Madison Schools does hereby formally recognize and express its heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Seth Bauer for his significant contributions and distinguished service, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be entered permanently into the minutes of Groveport Madison Local Schools Board of Education. Mr. Bauer? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
We'll take a picture in a minute. Yep.
Or do you want to do these also?
And then we can bring everybody out.
Yep. That sounds good. Thank you, sir.
The gift. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You want to say anything?
I'll just say a couple things. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve our community here. As many of you know, I have 3 kids in the district. I'm not planning on going anywhere. So happy to serve on committees, happy to assist in other areas. But I do think my kids are very happy that I'm getting off the board and spending some more time with them. So looking forward to the additional time with the family, but will miss my time on the board. So thank you, everyone.
Okay. Our second member to recognize is a resolution honoring Libby Gray. Whereas Mrs. Libby Gray has served the Groveport Madison Local School Board of Education for 12 years. And I think board member years are kind of like dog years. So it's been a lot of service. Whereas throughout her tenure on the Board of Education, Mrs. Gray earned the utmost respect from fellow board members and the administration, teachers, and staff of Groveport Madison Schools. And whereas Mrs. Gray's contributions as an intelligent, thoughtful, hardworking, kind, detail-oriented, dedicated, and generous person are unparalleled and will be greatly missed by our fellow board members and Groveport Madison local school district staff and students. Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Education of Groveport Madison Local School District does hereby formally recognize and express its heartfelt appreciation to Mrs. Libby Gray for her significant contributions and distinguished service, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be entered permanently into the minutes of the Groveport Madison Local School District Board of Education. Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
Oh, it's been 12 long years. I have to say, this last 6 years have been very challenging. But when I got on board, the main reason why I got on the board was we were in financial crisis. We were borrowing from our future. And I am so proud of what has been accomplished. Our district is now financially secure until the state messes it up, but but we're in really good shape. And that was one of my main goals with a finance background. That was extremely important to me, that we were able to get from having, and I've said this in meetings before, but I just love to reiterate it. We had $45,000 in our bank account when I started the board and had borrowed $5 million on our future. Now we are at 45 million, now 50 million. That's in 12 years. So, and that's with only having how many increases? One?
Oh, you mean
in the 12 years?
operating levy?
Yeah.
In 12 years, we had the, one.
Yes, one. That's unheard of. So our district should be very proud when we hear the public go on about how we're not physically responsible, that we don't watch our money. We do. We would not have been able to accomplish that if we had not done that. So Nancy, she was here from the beginning with me. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all the hard work that I just wish that Mary was here. Mary Tedrow was with the board for 25 years and started out with her, and she was great. So I really miss her. So, but thank you guys. Once a couple words of wisdom for being on for 12 years. To the new board members, take time and listen. The first 6 months you're learning. The second thing, board training is hugely important for new board members, that they have to learn that they don't get into the day-to-day. That's not our job. And that's one of the hardest things that a board member has to learn. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, so we need to,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I just wanted to thank you guys both for your service to the Board of Education. Libby, started out with you in 2020 in the middle of COVID. We had a vacancy and was appointed, and you definitely provided a lot of insight, especially on the finance side and not getting in the day to day, and definitely preached the very same message that you shared tonight. But your duty, your dedication beyond the board, committees and being in the schools, we don't get paid for that. So we're definitely here for labor of love. And I can say both of them have done just that. You know, we made the priorities, at least this particular board, to have our students and work with our parents, that they did both of those things beyond what you see once a month or twice a month when we had to. So thank you all for the tireless nights and the extra time taking off for work, showing up for our administration and our teachers, for our convocation and graduation, and taking time off to make sure that we loved on our school community. I really appreciate that as a parent here in the district as well. So I personally just wanted to say that, and I wish you all the best, and I'll see you around.
All right. Next, we're moving on to board items.
All right, first item is to approve the date and time of the organizational meeting. Okay, so I'll read this and then we'll go from there. So the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education is required to establish the date and time of the 2026 organizational meeting and elect a pro tem chairperson of the meeting. The suggested date is Tuesday, January 13th at 7 p.m. at the Groveport Madison Schools District Service Center. And I would like to make a motion to appoint Kathy Walsh as chairperson of the meeting. The regular 2026 school board meeting will begin at, it's usually 7:30, right?
It's normally a half hour, I think. It's normally a half hour, right?
I think it's usually a half hour for the organizational.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the regular 2026 school board meeting would begin at 7:30 p.m.
Can we reach out to the two new board members to make sure that the time is good?
Yes.
And if they need to change it, then we can coordinate, because I don't think that was the intent to leave them off. It was to hear what we had first and then go to them. Is that my understanding?
I think that's what we've done in the past. So that, yeah, certainly was not the intent to,
Okay.
not include them.
I figured I just wanted to make sure like you were,
Yep.
after this, you were following up with them, correct?
Yeah. So
Thank
I can, or it might be me or
Or
Julie,
If Kathy,
yeah.
if
or
we,
yeah,
if Kathy's going to be the chair, she can do that.
So that's a recommended action. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I think me and Libby, I guess we jumped the gun. Excuse us for having discussion before the second. I think, I know I stated that wanted to make sure that we follow up with the newly elected and that it would be the chairperson for the organizational meeting that can coordinate that if there's any changes. And then we can work with administration to update the org meeting if that's okay.
Yeah, I would say we could leave it at 7 right now and then possibly have to change it, or unless you have a problem with 6.
Did you say 6:30?
I had said 7, but I'm not gonna be there. So whatever you guys want to do.
I was just texting.
In the past, we've done them at 6 o'clock.
Oh, was it
6 or
I
6:30.
was 6:30 and then start the meeting at the regular.
Okay.
meeting.
So,
So we're changing it to 6:30 for organizational and 7 for regular.
Yeah. So I'd like to
but we
amend
do
it.
need to get a hold of both Ashley and Deanna
Oh.
and make sure they can make those. So
Okay.
revise that to 6:30.
So I changed it to
Okay.
6:30 for the organizational and 7 for the regular.
Correct. And you got confirmation from who?
Yeah, she's typing it right now.
And Ashley said she's good for Tuesday.
Yeah.
She said
She
she was
should.
good on Tuesday, and I haven't been able to get a hold of Deanna. I did reach out to her. Oh, Libby has that good.
Okay. So, and then Kathy, you'll reach out to Ashley then.
Yeah, I've already talked. Yeah.
Okay.
She said that in her email.
Yes.
Yeah, she's good.
Okay.
Okay, so both of them are good for Tuesday. Okay. All right. So we have a first from Seth, and second by Latoya. 6:30 organizational meeting, 7 o'clock regular, and then Kathy Walsh will be the treasurer or the pro temp.
Can you make that happen?
Kathleen,
Thank you.
roll call. Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberger
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes. All right, on to item 2. Membership in the Legal Assistance Fund. All right, it is recommended that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education join the Ohio School Boards Association Legal Assistance Fund at a cost of $250.
So moved.
Second.
And Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dattelberger as second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call.
Mrs. Walsh,
I'm going to abstain because I don't have that document.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dettelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, on to board policy review, second read. The board recommends approval of board policy.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to discussion.
Yeah, all the recommendations that were made during the last meeting, I reviewed the policies and they have been updated. Thank you.
Yeah, I was the same thing. I was looking at the list just to make sure if there was anything that if we absolutely wanted to pull. But a lot of these are required. So okay. Is there any? I don't.
Do you know exactly which ones are required?
I have the list here, so I'm going through that part. If you have the same note. There you go, Kathy.
So I did have a question on, which is it, no, I'm sorry, where is it? DLC,
Can you say that one more time, Kathy?
DLC. I just been trying to go through these real quick to see what the changes are you put on here. But DLC is one where we're taking out the frequent flyer miles. Is there a reason we're doing that? It's expense reimbursement.
Could you restate closed captioning instead? We're taking out frequent long arms.
She's asking about DLC where the law now has changed where we're taking out where it says the board prohibits employees and board members from accepting or using talks about frequent flyer miles. The law changed on that.
Are we required to take that out?
I don't think we're required, no.
Has that saved the district money having that? Do we use frequent flyer miles?
No, right now the superintendent secretary will make all the arrangements and stuff if people are traveling through the credit card of the school. What this allows is people to use their own credit card to maybe get a discount, but then they get to keep the points. And the state legislator said the points, if I remember right, this was an issue a while ago.
It's the Ethics Commission from
Yes.
August, and there's a frequent flyer mile information sheet with advisory opinion that's available that you could pull up. So I do believe it's because it talks about the question was, can public officials and employees use frequent flyer miles or other rewards accrued during official travel for their personal use? Then what was the brief answer? Yes, public officials and employees can use frequent flyer miles, credit card rewards, hold to points, and other rewards earned during official business for their personal use, provided that one, these rewards are earned the same way as members of the public would earn them, and two, they do not impose additional cost to the public agency. However, a public official or employee is prohibited from choosing an airline vendor or service just to give rewards points for them. So that it was to allow us, but there's the and there's, like you said, there's a lot of policies. I'd have to pull all the notes, but to answer that one very specifically, it's based off the advisory opinion from the Ohio Ethics Commission, which is annotated in the recommendation summary in that column, and OEC stands for Ohio Ethics Commission.
All right. Any other discussion?
There was another question here I had on policy DJC, which is bidding requirement. And we added the language for other applicable administrators. Could you define that more accurately for me?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Policy DJC, and we're adding 75,000 and annually 3% increase as outlined Senate Bill 168. We're also adding or other applicable administrators to do the quoting and bidding. So not just the business manager, but somebody else. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we have our treasurer and our business manager, and
I'm trying to
you
remember.
could
Right.
explain that a little bit.
I'm
to
trying.
me.
I think it's some small districts don't have a business manager, so they put other applicable things in there. If I remember right, 'cause
And
a lot
this
of
is-
small districts don't have business managers.
And it's also dealing with the provisions of Senate Bill 168
Right.
that came, that finally rolled around with the thresholds and things in October 2024. So that's what the note we have on there. This is bidding under 33-1346, and then Senate Bill 168. Believe made those changes, so this was to align with that from that piece.
Well, yeah, I understand that the increase in the pricing was from the Senate bill, but the other applicable administrator is not from that.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going over okay. So your question or concern you want to discuss is the other individuals.
Right. She's asking, I think, why are we adding or other applicable administrator?
And it says in the bottom that in the district's lacking a manager, the superintendent normally acts in that capacity.
And also the green pieces were not that I will want to just make sure we're clear. It's not something that our superintendent added. It's what OSBA provided as a template, and we had the opportunity last board meeting if we wanted to do anything or changes. I mean, we can have the discussion now as we are, but I just want to make sure the public is up to speed on where we are with this particular policy since it's being brought back up.
So you're saying the OSBA added that?
It's the template when they send over, just kind of how Neola used to. In the green, they'll strike through the red on what goes and then what was provided. And that's what was provided to us the last meeting, with the stipulation that we would come back to this meeting and get any changes back to Mr. Group before this meeting to do the final vote on the second read.
Okay, thank you.
And can I add one thing real quick, Mr. Treasurer? Can we make sure that the list that comes with the policy issue is also added to board docs, because that was used as our reference. So I think it would be imperative to have it also on board docs with the final vote, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you.
Right, any other discussion? All right, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Mrs. Walsh.
I'm gonna abstain from this too, since I didn't have this material.
Okay. All right, motion passes. All right, on to item 4. The Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approves the censure resolution for board member Kirschner.
So moved.
Thank you.
All right, I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dowdelberger as second. On to discussion.
All right, thank you. As I've stated, I'm represented by council. The district is represented by council. The fact that this board feels that it's appropriate to directly communicate with me and not communicate through my attorney is pretty egregious. I think you would have learned I learned in high school business law how that works. So the fact that we are where we are is pretty sad. I have with me a work product from Freeman, Matthews, and Gary, which is an initial response to the investigation. Have you all seen this? No, okay. I just printed it, but you should have had this a long time ago, as I believe it was, as it was received by Kegler Brown a long, long time ago. So I guess that kind of speaks to where we are. So I will read the correspondence that should have been produced to this board a long, long time ago. The First Amendment surely promises an elected representative the right to speak freely on questions of government policy, but just as surely it cannot be used as a weapon to silence other representatives seeking to do the same. The right to examine public characters and measure through free communication may be no less than the guardian of every other right. Madison Report on Virginia, Resolution January 7, 1800, and 17 papers of J. Madison, 345, D. Matter and J. Stagg, Cross and S, 1991, and the role that elected officials play in that process make it all the more imperative that they be allowed to freely express themselves. Republican Party of Minnesota versus White, 536 U.S. 76781 122, 2002. Additionally, upheld by Houston Community College versus Wilson in 2022. Relative to those charges against Mr. Kirshner, the BOE policies are unconstitutional, and there is legitimate concern that the BOE's superintendent and perhaps others have possibly engaged and continue to possibly engage in such improper weaponization. Board policies at issue and their First Amendment implications. According to the Groveport Madison School Board, the BOE Code of Ethics, it is purportedly unethical for a member of the BOE to publicly criticize the superintendent and any district employee. Further, the BOE separate board superintendent relations policies require that all BOE members direct personal criticism of any employee directly to the superintendent. Additionally, the BOE's board members' authority policy states because all powers of the board lie in the action as a group, individual members exercise their authority over district affairs only as they vote to take action as a legal meeting of the board, emphasis added. However, these policies contravene applicable, established, and controlling law and do not withstand strict scrutinies. These policies are unconstitutionally chilling. They constitute unconstitutional prior restraints, and the BOE cannot establish any compelling government interest to suggest otherwise. The BOE is a political subdivision of the state of Ohio and a governmental agency. Therefore, the BOE may not infringe upon those rights of free speech protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. As the United States Supreme Court has stated, whatever differences may exist upon interpretation of the First Amendment, there is practically universal agreement that it was adopted in part to protect the free discussion of government affairs. Mills versus Alabama, 384 U.S. 214, 218, 86, 1434. 484 in 1996. The First Amendment prohibits the implementation of laws, rules, and regulation abridging the freedom of speech. One obvious application of that rule is that a government entity like the BOE usually may not impose prior restraints on speech. I'm going to point out here that when I was elected and I approached the podium, I pointed out that you had a policy that said we will speak with one voice. And I also pointed out that I thought it was unconstitutional and unlawful that you made public speakers identify themselves and give their address. So clearly, I am a First Amendment person, and I feel that I'm serving on not a First Amendment board. Page 3, the First Amendment protects the freedom to express disagreement with state action without fear of reprisal based on the expression McCurdy versus Montgomery County, 2001. Further, whatever differences may exist about interpretation of the First Amendment, there is practically universal agreement that it was adopted in part to protect free discussion of government affairs. Mills versus Alabama, 1966. Mr. Kirshner is an elected public official. As a member of the BOE, Mr. Kirshner is an elected public official, and various expressions of his speech at issue have been delivered in such capacity As importantly, as their elected representative, the public which places Mr. Kirshner in office has an absolute right to know his position on all matters impacting the district and the BOE in this regard. The First Amendment surely promises an elected representative like the defendant the right to speak freely on questions of government policy that is backed by multiply cited case law. Again, Houston Community College versus Wilson, 2022. While an elected official may also be an employee of the state, as an elected holder of state office, his relationship with his employer differs from that of an ordinary state employee. Genevieve versus Willing, Fifth Circuit, 2007. Unlike a typical government employee, the public is obliged to inform itself on an elected official, and as a practical manner, the public itself is the employer with the power to hire and fire. Under the Fifth Circuit analysis of Genevieve, government regulation of an elected official's speech to his constitutional constituency, must withstand strict scrutiny, requiring such regulation to be narrowly tailored to address a compelling government interest. There is no support for the notion that just because someone is elected to a board of education, they forfeit their right to free speech. The Supreme Court further outlined in Houston Community College versus Wilson, 2022, the First Amendment surely promises an elected representative the right to speak freely on questions of government policy, but just as surely it cannot be used as a weapon to silence other representatives seeking to do the same. It seems something got cut off here in printing. So I'll read it as it sits here. Right to examine public character and measures through free communication may be no less than the guardian of every other right. That is shown in Madison's report on Virginia Resolution, January 1800. In 17 papers of J. Madison's work, the role that elected officials play in the process make it all the more imperative that they be allowed to freely express themselves. One identity as a elected official makes it all the more imperative that they be allowed to freely express themselves on matters of importance. Frenco versus Monroe, 2023, Wood versus Georgia, 1962. As an elected official, the manifest function of the First Amendment is in a representative government requires that legislatures must be given the widest latitude to express views on issues of policy. Bond versus Floyd, 1966. Further, when an elected official is speaking on matters of public concern, no authority can dictate the position she may take. She must be free. But the question then becomes, free from what? I conclude that certain acts which surely would constitute coercion or retaliation in other contexts are permissible in the realm of electoral politics. An elected official may suffer all sorts of adverse consequences on the basis of her political position. This is not, however, because she is a public employee whose official speech may be dictated by her superiors. Rather, it is because she is an arena of democratic politics where we are expected and indeed desire the individuals will clash and contend on the basis of their political ideas. Mr. Kirshner is protected by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. He is permitted to freely express his opinion on governmental affairs, just as he has done here. In fact, as an elected official, it is of the utmost importance that Mr. Kirshner be free to express his opinions on BOE business. This is precisely what the electorate determined he should do. Mr. Kirshner is not a type of Politburo sycophant. The notion that he is barred always during his tenure as a BOE member from forever criticizing employees publicly is certainly, at the least, very, very vague. Board policy, BBF, indicates that an individual board member has no authority to act or speak for the BOE. However, this restriction is impermissibly vague it unlawfully fails to differentiate between those instances. A board member may speak in their individual capacity as a member of the public, as distinguished from instances the BOE member may be speaking in their capacity as a board member, as set forth by the Third Circuit. Many of the reasons for restrictions on employee speech appear to apply in much less force in the context of elected officials. Werkheiser's speech as an elected official is not subject to prior review or approval. To use Garcetti's language, his speech is neither controlled nor created in the same way that an employer controls the speech of a typical public employee. And as the Supreme Court admonished, proper applications of its precedent lead to the conclusion that the First Amendment does not prohibit managerial discipline based on an employee's expression made pursuant to official responsibilities. ID 424126, citing 1951. But of course, there's no comparable analog to managerial discipline when discussing relationships between elected officials. And because elected officials to a political body represent different constituencies, there would seem to be a far less concern that they speak with one voice. In fact, debate and diversity of opinion among elected officials are often touted as positives in the public sphere. See Bond 385 U.S. Citing 339. Legislatures have an obligation to take position on controversial political questions so their constituents can be fully informed by them. Also, so constituents may be represented in government debates by the person they have elected to represent them. Werkheiser versus Pocono Township, 780, citing Bond versus Floyd, 385, 116, 136, 37, 87, 339, 1966. Emphasis added. The investigator's determination that Mr. Kirshner does not shed his responsibilities to uphold BOE code of ethics simply by stepping away from the BOE table, and that as an elected official, Mr. Kirshner remains bound by the BOE's ethical obligation at all times, are simply inaccurate statements of applicable law. Elected officials are absolutely permitted to speak as private citizens, and the determination of whether that speech is one of a private citizen or elected official is one for the finder of fact. See Greenman versus City of Hackensack at 829. While we appreciate the investigator's role in this matter, did not involve an analysis of whether BOE various policies can or do withstand constitutional scrutiny, it is evident that they do not. It is further evident Mr. Kirshner's speech and conduct at issue, whether expressed in his individual or official capacity, are protected by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and attempted censure, punishment, or other action taken by the board, the BOE, likely constitutes First Amendment retaliation. Finally, as set forth in Hackensack, the analysis of whether Mr. Kirshner's speech at the podium was as a private citizen or as a BOE member is fact dependent. And such, Mr. Kirshner's speech at the podium or any other speech be found to be that of a private citizen, any infringement, punishment, or retaliation is particularly egregious. And I will say there was a reason I approached the podium, and that was it. Under Supreme Court precedent, a plaintiff pursuing First Amendment retaliation claims must show, among other things, that the government took an adverse action in response to his speech, and it would not have been taken absent retaliatory motive. And I will say today certainly represents adverse action. Page 7, US 391-139, citation 1715, 1722, 2019. Some adverse actions may be easy to identify: an arrest, a prosecution, or a dismissal from government employment. See ID 139 at 1721 through 22, Hartman, and there's many other legal references here. Deprivation less harsh than dismissal can sometimes qualify too. Rutan versus the Republican Party. To distinguish material from immaterial adverse actions, lower courts have taken various approaches. Some have asked whether the government challenged conduct would chill a person of ordinary firmness in the plaintiff's position from engaging in future First Amendment activities. Knives, Neves, I think it is 139, internal quotation marks omitted. And I will add that incoming board member has commented on how this is chilling and causes fear and trepidation of what you're willing to say. And I will also say that one attorney that was addressing this equated it to being asked to bow down and kiss the ring, to speak with one voice. It's ridiculous. It is likely the investigator's recommendation taken as a whole would chill the speech and conduct of a person of ordinary fitness and one in Mr. Kirshner's position, and curtail such individual from engaging in future activities protected by the First Amendment. They are thus adverse actions, and certainly any censuring or other action taken by the BOE predicated upon the investigator's report would likely constitute actionable adverse actions. Furthermore, all actions of the BOE are subject to the Ohio Open Meetings Act and the Ohio Public Records Act. As such, any action the BOE may choose to take against Mr. Kirshner is public knowledge. Given this, as so, a person of ordinary fitness and in Mr. Kirshner's position would be chilled from exercising their own First Amendment protected activities from fear. The electorate would only be permitted to see claimed violations of the BOE policies rather than making the proper determination that Mr. Kirshner's conduct was protected by the First Amendment. It is instead the BOE's adherence to its own unconstitutional policies that violate the First Amendment. And this is presented by Ashley and by Doug Holthus, Freeman, Mathis, and Gary, who were was my initial representation in this matter. I now have new representation, which I considered to be more zealous and that I wanted to present to you, but I was not afforded that opportunity, nor was my legal counsel contacted as they should have been by opposing counsel. And I can't even fathom that. I can't even fathom being here and you all saying that I should have known. Well, I'll tell you how I should have known. You should have contacted my counsel. And I think that's a promise you made to me a few meetings ago. All right, here's my due process statement. And this is point of order. This is a statement for the record. For nearly 2 years, I have been on public record demanding clearly, consistent, and repeatedly that all notices, agendas, and board documents be mailed to my home. This requirement is my right under due process principles in Ohio law, and it became necessary because board docs has been altered, manipulated, or changed after publication. These irregularities were not speculative. They were personally witnessed and documented by my legal counsel. Because electronic postings have been compromised, mailed notice is the only reliable and lawful means of informing me about proposed board actions. And I will say this, probably while I sit here, the agenda is probably being modified with meeting notes so that if you go to it, you're going to be reading, it typically is unauthorized and unapproved meeting minutes. That happens over and over again. So we have a lot of problems with our electronic communication. I know Kathy has shown up where we've had printed work and then we've compared it to what's on our desk and it's changed mysteriously. My own counsel, the person who wrote this letter, was on board docs and she said, wow, I'm not a conspiracy theorist and I thought you were crazy, but this document disappeared while I was working on it, while I was viewing it. So we have issues. It's not me trying to be difficult. It's the fact that I want to see in paper and I want to know that what I'm looking at and what I'm preparing for doesn't change at the last minute. And I have the right to be skeptical, and I have a reason to be skeptical. The notice I received for this meeting contained no mention of a censure, no allegation, no charges, no supporting documents, and no indication that any adverse action was contemplated. Therefore, I did not receive lawful notice in the only format that ensures reliability and due process compliance. Proceeding with a punitive action that was not listed on my mailed notice, not included on the public published agenda and not disclosed in advance violates the Ohio Open Meetings Act. Board policy and the 14th Amendment guarantee of notice and a meaningful opportunity to be heard. And I will add, in addition, you had a responsibility, and legal counsel had a responsibility to contact my representative. I object on the record to any attempt to introduce, discuss, or vote on a censure tonight. Any action taken without proper notice is unlawful, procedurally defective, retaliatory, and void. That is also based on the fact that you had a legal executive session, which you stated was to review a public official, which you think is me. And you can get any good legal counsel and they'll tell you that is not me. Kathy refused to participate. I only participated because I knew you guys would, in my opinion, unlawfully conduct your business, whether I was there or not. So I might as well bear witness to it. There were 3 attorneys in that room, and it goes to a huge problem that we have in this district that I will address separately. Therefore, any attempt to censure me at this moment while my legal counsel is prevented from participating because of the board's president unauthorized and dishonest action would not only be unethical, but a direct violation of my constitutional right to represent due process and a fair opportunity to be heard. In addition, I also need to place on the record that my counsel is currently conflicted out of appearing before this board. This conflict was created not by any action of mine, but by the unilateral and unauthorized conduct of our board president, Seth Bauer, who filed a lawsuit and submitted a sworn affidavit containing demonstrably false statements without any board authorization whatsoever. Because Mr. Bauer's improper actions, my attorney is legally prohibited from addressing this board directly and may only communicate through Oregon law, which itself is compromised by Mr. Bauer's conduct. This conflict will remain in place until the litigation is resolved or withdrawn. And I will say, when my counsel asked Mr. Bauer under oath how he authorized this action, he said it was part of a previously settled action. Yet we didn't go before the board, before that judge, and we had all agreed with a penalty, an extreme penalty, that if there was any issues with that action, we would mediate and go back before that judge. And I'm going to take it one step further. My introduction to you, Seth, was in the election process. And in that process, there was a person who ran, who you donated $100 to their campaign, Mr. Juth. He gave that money back to you and withdrew. And you knew he was withdrawn. Yet the weekend before the election, you went on Facebook with a video saying, please vote for Mr. Juth. He is the most qualified, even though he wasn't qualified for office. So I will say my introduction to you was through your lies on Facebook. And then I have a lawsuit where you say I wasn't invited to a board meeting that I was clearly invited to, and I was CC'd on it. And that's in a sworn affidavit. And so here I sit before a person who I do not consider at all honest, and I'm facing censure. I find that so sad. Let the record reflect that I did not receive lawful mailed notice as required and long established for nearly 2 years, that electronic notice seems to have been compromised, and that the board is knowingly proceeding in violation of due process and Ohio law. All right, I've got one more. Memorandum regarding unauthorized investigation, illegal expenditures, and unconstitutional recommendation. This memorandum outlines the legal, procedural, fiscal, and constitutional defects arising from the investigation initiated by the superintendent into a board member of education. The investigation was undertaken without board authorization, without treasurer certifications of funds as required by ORC 5705.41D, and outside all established district policies governing complaints and investigations. Additionally, the investigation and outside legal counsel financially benefited from an arrangement they had a duty to verify, and subsequent advanced recommendations contrary to Ohio law and the United States Constitution. The lack of board authority for this investigation under the Ohio Revised Code 3313.33, the Board of Education may act only through formal resolution. No such resolution authorized the initiation of an investigation of a board member. Further, ORC 331901 grants the superintendent the authority over employees, not elected officials. Thus, any attempt by the superintendent to initiate, direct, or manage an investigation of a board member constitutes ultra vires act and is void. Sorry, I'm not very good at saying that word. I don't use it. Failure of compliance officer to follow mandatory procedures. District harassment and discipline policies, discrimination policies, ACA, and ACB mandate that the compliance officer receive, process, and manage complaints. Because the compliance officer reports directly to the superintendent, the complaint in this case, the compliance officer was structurally incapable of functioning neutrally. The superintendent bypassed the compliance officer entirely, depriving the district of mandatory or procedural safeguards and violating the district policy. The compliance officer also failed to notify the board of jurisdiction issues, namely that harassment policies do not clearly apply to elected officials. Under ORC 570541D1, no contract or expenditure is lawful unless the treasurer certifies the funds are available. No certification was made for the investigators' engagement. Any expenditure made without proper certification is illegal, void, and potentially subject to findings for recovery. The treasurer had a statutory duty to prevent unauthorized spending and notify the board. The fail to do so constitutes a dereliction of duty. Conflicts of interest and financial benefit to outside counsel and the investigator. Outside legal counsel and the investigator financially benefited from an engagement that lacked board authorization and statutory compliance. As legal professionals, they had an affirmative obligation to verify client authority, ensure lawful scope, and avoid conflict of interest. Instead, they proceeded with an expanded, unauthorized investigation, resulting in personal financial gain at taxpayers' expense. A legal recommendation to modify the oath of office. I'm going to say, if you want to know how genius this investigator attorney is, this summarizes it. The investigator recommended that the board adopt a revised oath requiring board members to pledge allegiance to board policies. He actually sat in my deposition and said, "You pledged allegiance to the board." And I said, "False. I know what my oath of office is. It's to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of America." He didn't even understand that. So he recommended, and I don't see it here. I don't see it here today. He recommended that they modify the oath of office. Well, guess what? That's totally illegal. So just having a law degree doesn't mean you know what you're doing. This recommendation is illegal. ORC 3313.10 and Article Section 15, Section 7, Article 15, Section 7, of the Ohio Constitution prescribes the oath of office for board members. Local bodies have no authority to alter statutory oaths. Courts have consistently held that statutory oaths are exclusive and cannot be changed by policy. Additionally, compelled allegiance to board policy violates the First Amendment under West Virginia versus Barnett, Bond versus Floyd, Cayuga and Houston Community College versus Wilson. The recommendation therefore reflects constitutional, misunderstanding, improper motive, and renders the report unreliable. I want to further point out that this investigator found I did not create a hostile work environment. So how do you make more money? You expand the scope and you start measuring me against unlawful board policies. He didn't stop at what he was hired to do. He took it further to be a judge, jury, and executioner. Elected officials possess the highest degree of speech protection when speaking on matters of public concerns. Attempts to punish, silence, or compel conformity of an elected official, whether through investigation, loyalty oath, or public criticism, implicate First Amendment retaliation standards. The unauthorized investigation, unconstitutional recommendations, and misuse of policy mechanisms demonstrate retaliatory intent. The investigation was procedurally defective, unauthorized, illegally funded, constitutionally flawed, and tainted by conflicts of interest. It is recommended that the board, one, suspend reliance on the investigative report, two, refer the matter to the prosecutor's office and the auditor of state, three, direct preservation of all communications, invoice, and financial records, four, reaffirm that only the General Assembly may prescribe or alter the oath of office, and five, review the conduct of outside legal counsel and the investigator for ethical and contractual violations. Thank you.
All right, open it up to further discussion.
I do have a question. Who wrote this resolution?
That was Kegler.
So who authorized the expenditure of that? Who authorized the, is it the superintendent's direction to create a censure of a board member? Because the only authorization we gave Kegler Brown in January was for day-to-day operations of the superintendent, and this is not it. Investigation of a public official is the furthest thing from a day-to-day operation. Therefore, any activity by Kegler Brown needed to be passed by board motion, and the funds needed to be certified. So this is just further evidence. This document itself is further evidence that this board doesn't either care or understand their fiscal responsibility. And I'll also say there's a cycle here. And I said this when I first got here and started dealing with Adam Miller. I sent him a document that was, I think it was from the national, attorneys organization about representing minorities of the board. And I made it very clear to him that I did not feel represented by him, that I felt he chose sides and he picked his opinions based on where his bread was buttered. Additionally, he spent almost $11,000 sending me as an individual intimidating document, which I don't think anyone ever authorized, trying to chill and silence me. And so I see a cycle here where people benefit with operating outside the law and outside of board norms. And there's just a cycle where you just directly feed, you don't go through the process, you just directly feed the attorney. They enforce what you want to enforce, and it continues. They hire their own investigator. How do I, if I'm a superintendent, get to pick the law firm and have them pick the investigator for me? And how do I see that any independence in that? I see none. It's not how it's supposed to be. There's processes in place. I should be here represented, and this is unfortunate. Thank you.
So, follow-up question. Who asked Kegler Brown to write this resolution?
For censure?
Yes.
I did.
With whose authority?
I'm the board president, so.
And it's already approved through.
There's no action that a single board member can take without a vote of the board. So if you reached out to Kegler Brown and asked them to do something without a board authorization vote, how does that work, Seth?
We have her here, if you might come to the podium.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
I would like for her
No,
to come
thank
to
Like
you.
her to answer.
I would
it.
like for her to come to the podium.
No,
since she
thank
asked
you.
the question.
What authority is she here? What vote has that been?
Well, Miss,
Where have we got that?
would you like Miss? Are you done, Miss Walsh, or would you like to keep going? Okay, Miss Barrow, thank you so much, ma'am, to answer the question. Number two, though, I want to point out that since we're going to talk about it, the purpose of the investigation was dealing with day-to-day operations. So even if whatever thoughts that they may have, this was because of the day-to-day how it was impacting that. But you can go ahead, Ms. Burrell, at this time.
I
Okay,
was,
so how so was that day-to-day operation?
Miss
Can you
Walsh,
explain that, Mrs. Vice
Miss
President?
Miss Walsh, we're not going to go back and forth. Go ahead, Miss Barrow. Thank you, ma'am.
the censure resolution was drafted as part of the investigation. There has not been any action taken. That's in front of you tonight to decide if you want to take action and approve that the resolution or not. But those resolutions were part of the investigation process.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask a question? Is the investigative report, is that public information now? Or is that considered private?
The investigation report itself, I believe, would be a public record. I'd have to take a look at it. I don't have it in front of
Yeah.
me tonight, but I'd have to take a look at it and make sure that there is nothing that would need to be redacted from it.
Okay,
But I believe the report itself is a public record.
So
thank you.
I'm sorry, as long as you're here.
I think
So the-
Libby is still talking.
What's that? Oh, thank you. Sorry.
One of the comments that I would want to make is first a public apology to the employees that were a part of this complaint that filed it. The complaint was filed in November of 2024. That's over a year ago. It took a year for the investigation to happen. My personal opinion is that I felt like that it was being dragged out for personal reasons and for specific reasons. And it's really sad that it has taken this long for a report to be given to us because of interviews being delayed or canceled or those types of things. All I can say is that in the private sector, it would not happen this slow. It would have been handled. Also, if there were 25 violations, you wouldn't get that far. So it's just really sad that our employees have had to go through this and dealing with it on a day-to-day basis, having to come to work every day knowing that the problems that are existing because of the board. It's sad. It shouldn't happen. This is not the way a district should be ran, and it saddens me that we have board members feel like they can be in the day-to-day operations and get into the weeds and publicly comment about employees negatively. We're supposed to be lifting up our district, not tearing it down. Everything that is in the public of the negativity of our district, that's what this board is showing, the negativity. We can't celebrate our positives because there's so much negativity everywhere we go. We can't have a board meeting without somebody being snarky about something. It's sad. And I hope going forward that the new board acts professional. Yeah, you can stay on me.
So, did the investigator find that Mr. Kirshner had created a hostile work environment?
He has 25 violations.
Right, 25
No,
violations.
the question was,
of
please
board
answer the
policy.
question. Did the investigator find that Mr.
I am not
Kirshner
on trial here.
created a hostile work environment?
There isn't a trial here, by the way, but the interesting thing is you believe that this falls under the superintendent's day-to-day operation because you believe I'm his employee, and I'm not. And if I'm not his employee, there's no way this falls under his day-to-day operations. It does not. The law doesn't support that. You can have whatever opinion you want, but I am
Can we?
not.
Because you guys won't let anybody
I
else
do
talk.
not fall under his purview, and him initiating this, as pointed out by the lawyers and many case laws quoted, it simply doesn't work that way. And by way of this thing dragging out, yeah, it's supposed to be reported to the officer within 3 days or something like that. I didn't get notification or even representation assigned for a very long time. And yes, my father was dying, and yes, my father did die. And so it wasn't me dragging it out. Actually, if you were to see, one of the reasons that we have new counsel is because we were frustrated with the speed of this thing. And it also had to do with the health of our attorney. So nothing was intentionally drug out. The other issue was that while they were doing this, they were also representing us in $100,000 lawsuit and then a $50,000 lawsuit, all of which netted no gain whatsoever. And we could go on and on about that. But if you want to talk about the delays, when there were some when there was some simple open meetings violations, rather than getting the insurance and simply working it out, you went to Oregon law at $500 an hour and filed all kinds of countersuits. So please don't complain about how this got drug out.
Yeah, I will complain, and just remember, you got to remember who filed that first lawsuit.
Right. Because
Yeah.
as I sit here, you all argue basic law. You argue motions and how they're supposed to be done. And if I say you violated the Open Meetings Act, you might get Merle to come up and say, no, you didn't. So I figured, well, maybe a judge had to explain it to you. And I'm sorry that I didn't expect you not to simply sit down and mediate it and get your insurance to cover it. I certainly didn't expect, for all the bragging that you do about money saved, that you would engage an outside legal firm that wasn't even prior approved and one of the most expensive you could find to make up a bunch of actions against us. So my bad. Sorry. I'm very sorry that it worked out that way. It shouldn't have. I was just trying to get you all to comply with open meetings, and you still are not. That meeting that you had to discuss me was unlawful. Now, with that, as has been pointed out by the gentleman who spoke, I believe on your behalf, Kathy, we're only going to make this worth with this action, because maybe you're leaving the board, and maybe maybe that matters and maybe it doesn't. Maybe you'll end up spending as much time on board business as you did while you were elected, because this is egregious. You should take the counsel of our council very seriously. It was well put together, well thought out, and you are trying to chill my First Amendment rights. And I believe that is what the purpose of Kathy bringing that gentleman in was, to let you know that perhaps this dog's going to hunt. And I don't want that. I would like 2026 to roll a new page. And I certainly, absolutely do not want us spending $1 million a year in legal fees anymore. Thank you.
So with that, I appreciate everyone's comment and information. I do ask that, I know that the statements are being made about lawsuits and things of that nature. And I know we would love to get into the whys or not, but there are certain things that we are not able to say, that some of us on the board would adhere to what that was agreed upon with the courts. So it's not that we don't wish to disclose or would love to disclose. We cannot disclose because that is what we agreed to. Secondly, I know we keep talking about, what should happen in 2026, and I agree. However, I would say to our colleagues that, what about what happened in 2024, 2025? That is what this is about. So we should gloss over behavior that was poor, conversations, things that were done to our staff to where they felt they even had to file in fear of retaliation, that we should gloss over that. I don't think so. And I know that we, it's nothing against the new board members, but even rerunning, I took a gamble with just how things are with federal government and got in good trouble. So yet again, I'll be in good trouble tonight, and I will stand with what with what the findings are with our administration, because it's already, from what I'm hearing, it's already hard for us to get good staff. And with this behavior at 9:46 p.m. tonight, I really am concerned that the staff that we do have will leave, and that we will constantly have a revolving door here at Groveport. And then we will see all the progress and the hard work, regardless of those things that we passed or voted on that others didn't like, but the academics are progressing appropriately. The finances are where they need to be. We're more engaged to a degree with our comms and things like that. Those are the positive from those things. So I would go back and say that, yes, we may feel whatever with 2026, but we have to do what's right for our staff. And it took a lot for them to come forward and express their concerns, because the way it is an elected role and their person reports to us, but then those folks underneath also felt. So it wasn't just individuals, certain individuals in administration. It was more than one person in administration that had concerns. And I would further say that, and you can also add this to the record, and this may seem, as you guys say, continue the fuel, but we can't keep glossing over. You want to point fingers one way, but don't want to own your part. And there's an entire recording that I am asking that is added to the meeting minutes with the link to the YouTube or the file where there's a conversation, Mr. Kirshner, where you were specifically talking about walking out our administrators, and you were working alongside a parent who put you all out on Front Street the night before the election with messages, then apologizing, and then also put it out for everyone to hear the 30-minute conversation that you had about members of the board that you say, oh, let's work together. But that wasn't the conversation then, hence where we are now. Also about some of the same administrators that you spoke about. And this is not me trying to dig at you. This is your conversation that someone reported that you trusted, that you thought that you could use, and had that conversation with, that put it out. And I can even quote some of it because I have it right here. So it's funny to me that you would say, oh, we should, not do this and do that, but yet there's no ownership on your part. And you want to gloss over it and pretend like it didn't happen. And this is why we had administrators come forward to the board asking for help, feeling like they had no choice. This was not something they wanted to do. And I would have, we could have said and gassed over it all we wanted to, but I wasn't trying to bring this up. This has been here, but I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and let you keep coming after our people when they work hard. No, everyone's not perfect. Absolutely not. Only Jesus is. That's his job. But we have mechanisms in place to hold our staff accountable through our evaluation processes. That is where we do that. But these other pieces that have come up, that's not okay. And that's the negativity that's out there. The cartoons and even the statement, oh, I'm not going to post that picture about Seth and Latoya. Like, all that stuff is there. And this recording here, absolutely, regardless of what you said about me and Seth, we're colleagues. I don't care about that, but it's what you said about our staff. And it actually confirms the very thing with those violations. So I yield to the public to go and find it for yourself and listen to it. And I am asking Mr. Collier to add it to the board minutes for the record so the public has it, because we're not going to sit here and keep saying, oh, let's work together, and we're not going to hold ourselves accountable. And if that is a bad taste, but I can't let you do that. I just can't. My kids are here. We are playing Russian roulette with our kids. My kids go here. I don't want to do this on a Tuesday night. But we're sitting up here badgering, we're going through all of this, and that's fine. You have a right to say whatever you want to say, but you also have a right to own your part too. So I have no qualms or ill will against anyone, but I want things to be fair and impartial and put out there fully so everyone can hear and see, because that was something that was not available, but it was put out to the public. It's not that I'm asking you to put anything out that's not already there. Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you. And I will stand by what I said. If you have a parent come to me and say, I have staff members putting a trach in my child sideways.
What we're talking about, Mr. Kirshner, we're talking about your behavior and your statements about our administrators.
And my behavior.
In addition to, this is why you're being censured.
Point of order.
We
You have
know.
somebody speaking, you're talking over.
Y'all have talked the whole 3 hours of this meeting.
Yeah. Hey,
that's all you do.
Oh,
as much time as you prepared for this,
yeah.
Get on board docs and be ready for a meeting. Thank you.
You've created dog and pony shows that have kept us here till 2 o'clock in the morning. You've created unending agendas that anyone could see. I came in and asked that we do 2 regular board meetings a month. You said no. Now you want to complain about being here till 10 when you've kept me here till 2 in the morning over and over again. And no, you are the word salad person who takes 15 paragraphs to say something. I'm usually pretty concise. So don't blame me for the timing of our board meetings. But yes, I will stand by what I say. Sometimes when parents come to me and say their child is being abused and they don't feel they are getting a voice, I will make comments that I will try to see that is taken care of. I'm not ashamed of that. And if someone records me and wants to put it on the internet, fine. But here's the thing, Latoya, you think you have in place a things that you can manage me, that you can say what I can say. And this censure is it. The slippery slope that you're going down is the fact that this is part of my First Amendment rights. I may not always say things perfectly. I could certainly improve certain things that I say, but I have a right to say them. The person who fires me for that is the electorate, not you. And so this sanction is just going to cause more problems because the investigator found that I was not creating a hostile work environment, but I was violating your policy that says I have to speak with one voice and your policies that tell me how I have to speak. That is a horrible slippery slope. Thank you.
Can we go to a vote, please?
Yeah.
No,
I-
I have not had a comment yet, and I have a right to. So first off, you're taking taken out of content. What this individual posted and what you are narrowing in on was completely taken out of content. If somebody said, you know, this person did this horrible illegal thing, and Mr. Kirshner says, well, if that's true, I will walk him out of the building. There's nothing wrong with that. You're going to censor him for that. You're going to take it out of content. And geez, let's be clear. He was not found guilty of creating a hostile work environment. No violation. That is what the investigator said. And here you all are sitting up here saying, he did this to our employees, he did that. Well, the investigator did not find that he created a hostile work environment. And that if that's what this resolution, you're trying to punish him and say that's what he did. Under what? The investigator said no, he did not do that. So he said things that the investigator didn't like that were part of his First Amendment right to free speech, and that's what you're going to censor him on. And that is a slippery slope. It's going to cause a legal action in the future, and you're going to set the board that's coming in up and the district, the money that's going to be taken away from our children. This is not a good idea. It's not in the best interest of the district, of the students, of our upcoming new board. You want to start fresh, you say that, Latoya, but then you talk about wanting to censor him for things that were taken out of content and for an investigator who found no violation in creating a hostile work environment. No violation of policy AC, ACA, and ACB. And that is the only thing that should have been part of the investigation. And the procedure that was followed was not the procedure outlined in that policy. So there's a lot of problems. This is bad for the district, bad for the students, bad for the upcoming board.
And I'm going to comment here. Let's say that I recognize that there has been bloat in a department. So, hey, we started with no person in this department, then we had one, now we have 14, and I feel that that is bloated and it needs to be right sized, need to be eliminated or whatever. I have a right to say that. My constituents have a right to understand that. Now, to your point of how difficult it is and how painful it is, the first thing those people are likely going to do is file a complaint to try to become a protected class. So it could be that it was really painful for them, or it could be that they see someone who is fiscally conservative and they think this is a great mechanism, especially if I can jump the process and I can go directly past all the gatekeepers and create something like this, and people on my board will whitewash it and censure the person. Hey, that just gives me the ability that if we do ever make changes, that I'll have the ground to stand on, and the board will help me with that. So there's two angles to that, and it's not all he crushed my soul, or he created a hostile work environment by making a comment about job performance, wasted money, or areas of the district that I think should be right sized. So yeah, there's common steps employees take, and so this might be just one of those.
All right, on to vote, please.
or voting on, since it's been a while, is the Groveport Madison Board of Education approves the censure resolution, and this is for Mr. Kirshner. Mrs. Walsh,
No.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirshner.
No.
Motion passes. On to item 5. The Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approves the censure resolution for board member Walsh.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Dowdleberger as first, Mr. Kirshner as second. On to discussion.
No, I'd like you to read that resolution.
You pulled up. All right, resolution of censure. Whereas Kathy Walsh is a board member of the Groveport Madison Local School District, currently serving a 4-year term through December 31st, 2027. Whereas the individual members of the District Board of Education, like all individual members of Board of Education, must abide by the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of Ohio. Whereas individual members of the board and the board as a political body must also abide by the laws of the state of Ohio and in accordance with the board's adopted governing policies and bylaws. Whereas all individual members of the board took an oath to faithfully perform the duties of the office as required by Ohio Revised Code Section 3313.10. Whereas a complaint was filed in November 2024 alleging that board member Kathy Walsh created a hostile and abusive work environment by engaging in a pattern of bullying, intimidation, and retaliation against district employees that included using verbal attacks, emails, and social media to demean staff, make unreasonable demands, and threaten the employment of several district administrators. Whereas the complaint was investigated by outside legal counsel who determined a separate investigation into board member Walsh was warranted. Whereas a final report was issued on August 29th, 2025. Whereas a majority of this board finds that board member Walsh has on numerous occasions violated in part or whole the board's policies, bylaws, and its adopted code of ethics. Board member Walsh has exhibited behavior that falls below the standards of conduct set forth in the following bylaws and policies. BA, board operation goals. BBA, school board powers and duties. BBAA, member authority and duties. BBF and BBFE, board code of ethics. BCD, CBI, board superintendent relationship. BG, GBD, board staff relationship. CBG, AFB, evaluation of the superintendent. GBA, equal opportunity employment. JOR, student records. Whereas it is vitally important that our community, students, and staff have complete confidence in the ability of board members to hold themselves accountable when mistakes are made by individual members of the board, and failure to follow board policy undermines public faith and confidence in the board and the district if not addressed. Whereas the board desires to publicly censure and reprimand board member Walsh for her behavior. Now therefore be it resolved, this board hereby formally expresses its strongest disapproval of such conduct by board member Walsh through this resolution of censure. Be it further resolved that this board respectfully requests that board member Walsh cease and desist from public harassment of district employees so that board members and staff may work in an environment of mutual respect and trust for the betterment of the district and the community. Be it further resolved that this board respectfully requests that board member Walsh complete training on the board member code of ethics and on the role of a board member. Be it finally resolved that nothing in this censure is intended to, nor shall it be construed to, prevent any board member from taking action legally permitted by the board's bylaws, policies, and code of ethics, including from respectfully advocating their positions on business before the board or from exercising their First Amendment rights.
Wow, that's hilarious. So here you are attacking us over our First Amendment rights and then suggesting that this isn't what that's about. That's ridiculous. And by the way, those policies that you read, Seth, you violated them in paying for in hiring counsel without authorization, or one of you did, and in having this document prepared. So while you measure us on a scale, this resolution does not even properly reflect the findings of the investigator. It's false. They won't even stack up to each other. you know what? I will wear the censure. I've been a board member before. I've been a trustee before. I've never been censured. This is my first censure. This is Kathy's second. So I will wear this as a badge of honor considering who it's coming from. And I'll tell you this, Kathy donated thousands of dollars worth of preschool equipment to this school. And what did she get? She got attacked and said that she directed the clean out of her shed when she gave, and by the way, where's the inventory? I saw other people give money to the district or give things of value to the district, and it was given a value, it was brought into inventory, but not when she did it. Nope, she was accused of directing people to clean out a shed when in fact she was giving thousands of dollars of high-end equipment, some of which is still in use. So the idea that we're just horrible and deplorable and we attack employees, there's a two-way street here. I didn't come in with any preconceived notions about anything. I wanted to see safer schools, and I really have a different opinion of our building plan, and that's what motivated me in here. But I'm not going to rehash the first thing that happened to me. I didn't get invited to orientation. I had travel arrangements made for me that make me question the whole mileage thing and why the most expensive flights were chosen, and really still have so many open meetings requests. It's not even funny. So on Kathy's behalf, I just want to point out she's taken a heaping of abuse. And fortunately, it didn't seem to hurt her the last time you did this to her, because she turned around and got 5,000 votes. So that should tell you something. No one's ever got that many votes. I couldn't believe it. She got over 5,000 votes. So you might want to think about that. You might want to think how your perception is different than the public's perception, who actually has oversight of us. Thank you.
Now I have a plethora of questions to ask the board. When exactly did the board authorize an investigation of an elected board member?
I don't have exact dates, and I'm not on trial right now, so I'm not going to respond.
No, this isn't a trial. This is a board meeting, and you're censoring me. And I'm asking
This
when
feels
you
like a trial.
authorized, or who authorized, when did the board take a vote to authorize an investigation of a board member? They did not, correct. Where is the resolution authorizing outside counsel to initiate such an investigation? Is there one? No, there is not. Who approved the investigator's engagement letter, scope of work, and cost? Anybody on the board? No. Does any board member have a copy of the contract with the investigator?
Let me respond right now. So here we are. Okay. Here's what you robbed us of. You want to talk about us misacting? You robbed the public of the ability to comment on an action that's being taken against board members. You robbed us of the opportunity to object to the investigation, to help form or debate what the basis and the scope of the investigation would be. So it's like the Wizard of Oz on Kansas. Pay no attention to what's going on behind the curtain. You guys can do whatever you want. If you don't find that I created a hostile work environment, we'll just dig in and expand the scope. Mark Weaker can make more money and you guys can get what you want. But what you left out of the entire process is what you promised, and that's transparency and the public. And that's how it's supposed to work. And the whole basis of the censure is just so subject to challenge because of the way you did it. Because you expended, I don't even know, the last lawsuit, is it up to 50,000 now, Seth, that I'm waiting for it to settle? I don't know. It was 20 or 30 last I looked. And that was all done without any action here before the public. And so here we go again, over and over again. We hired Oregon law, and the emails are there. You want to talk about looking at emails? The emails are there that shows he engaged the board prior to the vote. He was already hired behind the scenes, wink, wink. So here we go. Lawsuit, legal action after legal action done behind the scenes, behind closed doors, just waiting to be reopened. And we had an agreement with a judge that if we had any further problems, we would mediate and we would come before him. And supposedly there was a $10,000 fine if we didn't, I believe. And so here we go. The only way to cure this now is probably to go back before that judge and also to challenge the entire basis of your actions because they are baseless because you built them on illegal actions.
Okay, is the board aware that acting on an unauthorized investigation may constitute ultra, I'll try the word, various conduct, eliminating personal immunity protection? No.
Well, I would like to say that we hired the firm Kegler Brown in January, day-to-day operations and labor negotiations of the school district.
Yes.
This was a HR issue. So therefore, there is no requirement for the board to make a motion to investigate. When there is an HR complaint, it needs to be investigated.
That's correct.
So I will go on with my questions here. Which compliance officer received a compliance with policy AC, ACA, and ACB? Which compliance officer received Superintendent Group's complaint? Superintendent Group, what compliance officer did you give that complaint to?
I don't think he needs.
Our
to
staff
be
is not on
responding.
trial, so
Yes,
I'm
it's not.
asking because this is the basis of your censor.
and so what's happening
All
here
right.
is
Who initiated the informal complaint process required under the policy? You don't have answers to these questions. They're pretty important when you're doing such a big thing, right?
Kathy, actually, what we're trying to do is maintain professionalism
Yeah,
while
okay.
you and John are having a full-blown show. So honestly, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with your questions in the way that you're choosing to speak to people. No one is speaking to you nasty, and just because you speak louder does not make you correct. And that's all you guys keep doing. So we can finish this. If we're going to come back and talk about it, which I know you're not here, that's fine. But we're going to keep going round and round and round at this point. And so I think for us, for me, I'll speak for me. Yeah. I don't see where we would be getting anywhere. This is not a surprise. We've had conversations. You walked away as he stated, all the things. I don't know what else you would like at this time.
Well, I have more questions to ask.
Well, let me address this. I keep hearing
it's 10-10.
I want to make a statement. So,
later.
look, I keep hearing we're at trial, and yes, I do get animated, and yes, I do. This does upset me a little bit. I think I'm pretty composed considering, but you can say trial, you can make all those paragraphs that sound so good, but a real serious question is asked here, and it's procedural, and you're coming at us for supposedly violating board policy that you believe trumps my First Amendment or her First Amendment. But when we ask a question like, what was the procedure? How did you start? For you to say, well, I'm not on trial, I'm not going to answer that. We're bound to public deliberation, and I do that. And a lot of times I get frustrated when I see boards show up and just, I call them rubber stampers because I don't know what they're thinking. Because how did they arrive at the fact that they agree on everything before they came to the public? That's a concern I have. So questions are being asked, obviously in our defense, but also to point to the public, how did you guys go about initiating an investigation of a public employee?
So then to sum it up,
to
make it really quick, that
elected official.
There was a formal complaint filed by our administration. One went to HR director. So there's that person for an administrator that doesn't report to us, and both of them, which then came to us, which then an investigation was initiated. But there is a formal complaint. So this does not come out of thin air, so the public is aware. They documented several instances, provided several pieces of information and sworn statement as to what has happened to them, is how we got here. So it's nothing to hide. It's nothing that we are trying to hide or pick on anyone, but we do have to move forward with what we have. But that is what happened.
Okay,
So that
so-
statement is
so-
complete opposite of what our board attorney email says, just to say. So just because you're saying it does not make it so. I want to know how we followed policy AC, ACA, and ACB. And I will go on continue. I was not done asking my question. And
I was just trying to answer that
these are
question.
questions. This is a public discussion. It's a public forum. That's
And
what
I
we're
was answering your
supposed to do.
question, Kathy. You asked, how did this happen?
Yeah.
I was giving
Yeah.
you my recollection on how I was made aware,
Right.
since you're saying this deliberation and conversation, on how I was made aware of the various complaints.
Well, I have the email. If you'd like me to send it to you, I will.
Okay, so when you,
When did I receive a written notice of allegations from the compliance officer? Answer, I never did. When was I offered the opportunity to participate in an informal resolution process that's required by the policy?
That
I
is-
never was.
That's not true.
I never was.
okay,
Where is the written formal complaint containing the required elements, date, location, witness, requested remedy? The requested remedy is missing. Which compliance officer noticed me of the right to submit a written response within 5 business days? Well, I wasn't even, I did not get that, to respond within 5 days. I did not get that.
okay, point of order.
See,
Can you give us a second, Kathy? Did you have a response that you wanted to make, Latoya?
No, I'm at this point, I don't believe it's meant for that. So I said what I had to say. She's
Okay.
going line by line on those pieces, and I don't have.
well, I'll stop.
No, you're fine. Keep doing. You said this is deliberation, and you have to do all your things. Do your things. I answered what I knew for a fact on how I was notified that our employees felt
So
threatened,
when you said
retaliated against, that they felt it was a hostile work environment. It was hard to do their work. That is what I can respond to, and that is what I am doing without going in, because I don't want it to be I said something and I misspoke, without going through email to provide any specific answers to those specific questions. But I can give an overall statement that we were notified because a formal complaint was filed by staff.
okay,
So it wasn't made up.
so to follow up on that, you said us, we were made aware. What do you mean by that?
That we were made aware. I don't know what else you would like. for me
Okay,
to
well,
say.
my point is this. It sounds like you were made aware and I wasn't made aware and Kathy wasn't made aware. We were notified
Because
through-
so that's the thing. This is an HR matter, and I'm not the lawyer here on that part, so I can't go into detail as far as why it was handled the way it was, because it's an HR matter.
Right, but we have policy for that, and that's what Kathy is speaking to, that we are supposed to be notified, and we weren't. It was council actually notifying council, and it was very inappropriate because it was council notifying council, as I remember it, while we were in other legal wrangling. So according to our board policy, we're supposed to be afforded certain response times, certain critical rights that have been withheld from us. That's what she's pointing out here. There is you talk about HR and policy, it's all written out. And you didn't follow it. It doesn't appear the superintendent followed it. It appears that our rights for the process first of all, if you're going to act like we're employees and the superintendent can directly day-to-day handle this, then obviously all those policies have to apply to us. And that's what she's pointing out. And I totally agree. You didn't follow your own policy. So here you are censuring us for what you believe is, in my opinion, where your policy trumps our constitutional rights. So you're going to rule on that and just brush over, say, I'm not on trial. We didn't do it. It's okay, whatever. While you blow right past what our policy demands of you before taking this action. Thank you.
And the investigator did notify you guys, but I mean, that's the thing, like you're saying that you weren't notified. You were in their statements or things from that investigator.
Thank you. Thank you. You're correct. And that
But
is
you were, but it's
exactly
not that you weren't notified, but you just said you guys weren't notified, but you were.
No, that's
And
not
what's
how
gonna
we're
happen
supposed
is
to be
all gonna
notified.
go out to the community is if we didn't do and get with our legal counsel to do this right, to ensure we protect the protections of the employees. Because when there's an investigation, there are protections that are put in place for the employee, i.e. those that are the complainant. There
That is
are.
not how our policy dictates it, that we get contacted directly by an investigator and no rights before that point. That's what Kathy is pointing out in our policy. We have rights before it even gets to an investigator. This board is supposed to determine if it's even investigator worthy, and you didn't do it. It didn't go through any compliance. It didn't go through any checks and balances. It went right into Kegler Brown's bank account. That's where it went.
On to vote,
So
please.
the board, pardon?
I didn't know, are you,
I know I'm not done.
Okay.
Heck no, I got a lot of questions, Seth, a lot. Why is the board moving forward knowing that I was deprived of legal counsel when the investigator was going over his findings?
Great point. She refused to participate in what I will say was an illegal executive session. I only participated because I felt I had no win. I had to participate in what I felt was an illegal executive session simply to observe what this person was bringing forward. But under board policy, under federal law, under state law, we had a right to a public hearing, and you didn't provide it. And you absolutely robbed Kathy of that because she chose not to participate in your little behind the scenes kangaroo court. So shame on you for not having him here and having her attorney here where they could argue the case before us and you could make an informed decision. You're not interested in informed decisions. Your actions show that out. You left her out of the executive session where this investigator reviewed the findings because it wasn't legal for us to be back there. And you made a commitment to me that I would have a chance for my legal team to respond before you took any action. And so you can't win. I participate in your legal actions trying to protect myself and I lose. You don't participate in your legal executive session and you get no representation whatsoever. You don't even get to hear or debate the person who came in and said we should rewrite the oath of office. And I tell you what, if you fail that little litmus test as an attorney, I question everything you have.
Next question, has the board attorney advised whether taking action while the targeted member is unrepresented creates a due process violation? Did any board member consider whether this creates an appearance of coercion or retaliation?
Repeat that.
Did any board member consider whether this creates an appearance of coercion or retaliation?
It has, as far as retaliation and coercion in general, everything that we do here, this board, it's toxic. It's always pins and needles. I worry about our staff. I worry about all the things. So I don't think I looked at it like that. I looked at it more so as what's the play this time? What is the plans to work behind the scenes and present this or try to deflect and Just being full honest, since we're going to have the conversation, pretend like nothing happened. That is what I was concerned about. So, and I was concerned about our staff at the end of the day. So that's why I said what I said. I'm not here to, it's nothing, but our staff had a valid concern. And I definitely have seen the behavior here.
This says you said but my art staff had.
Yep, and I won't be repeating it because it's already 10:22.
Wow. So all of a sudden we're concerned about time. Isn't that amazing? For 2 years we've not been, but now
No, when we were working on the things for time, it was dealing with the
Okay.
students, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Whatever we do, no matter what we do, this will always be the norm with you two. That is where we are.
Well, I would say my play is fighting for my rights. That's what it is. That's what I'm doing. Which of my public statements, votes, or criticisms of the superintendent or board asserting are not protected political speech? Has the board reviewed Hudson Community College versus Wilson, which makes it clear that a censor cannot be used to retaliate against protected political speech or dissent?
So I'm not a lawyer, so we can't answer that. That would have been with our law firm. That is why the lawyers were brought in to do the investigation. So are you here to try to do a gotcha, or because you know that would be a legal question?
Just a question. Is the board aware that conditioning, is the board aware that conditioning my service on required training constitutes compelling corrective action and therefore triggers First Amendment retaliation analysis under federal law?
I have a question. Is there any debate here in this room with any attorneys or any board member that we have a right to a public hearing? Is there any debate of that?
I believe we have a right. I believe you have a right.
I
Mr.
know we
Kirshner.
do. I'm just wondering, I mean, I'm seeing blank stares. It's just like, for all this talk, and by the way, I don't want to divert too much, but I was on this board before, and Adam will tell you how long his meetings took. You guys were meeting until the wee hours of the morning, long before I got here. So you own that. It has nothing to do with me. But again, we have a right to a public hearing before you take action. You have deprived us of that. And I don't even understand how there can be any question among any 5 board members up here that has truly happened. Great. Now
So-
all the public can see your rationale behind your vote. Thank you.
So let's just go ahead back and make sure we get some things straight. I just want to, can I confirm with you, Jamie? So while we're going through your questions, you are the compliance officer, correct? At the time?
No, there's an identified compliance officer.
Okay.
But employees could skip that step and go to me if they weren't comfortable for some reason.
Okay. And then with yours, because of the type of the complaint, and I'm looking, but I would assume it then made us go outside of our council. So,
Right. That's a great point. And here you are making a determination without a public hearing and based on the word of an individual who's on the opposite side of this complaint without receiving any emails, doing any investigation, or verifying that anything happened besides him simply reaching out to Kegler Brown. You don't need facts. You don't need to obey the policy. You don't need to abide by the standards of the state and the federal government and provide us our legal right to representation and to an open hearing. And yet off you go. And you wonder why you end up with these massive legal bills. That's it. It's not us. It's not me.
Has the board received a written legal opinion confirming that this censor does not violate the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, or Section 1983 liability? If not, why are we proceeding?
So I think the way the motion reads is we pummel you, and as you bleed lane in the parking lot, we put a little disclaimer on the bottom that says we didn't mean to hurt you. I think that's how it reads.
No, that's how your behavior is.
Has the board been
I think
advised
it's
that,
a good analogy, honestly. I'm not ashamed of it. Thank you, Latoya.
has the board been advised that disciplining an elected official for political speech violates political speech, votes, criticism, or oversight responsibility creates a strong First Amendment retaliation claim?
I think it's very clear. I think it's very clear that it does. Now, Kathy, I have a question. Did you receive representation and a response from your legal team in regard to the complaint against you, as I did initially before switching to a more um, favorable legal team? Do you have such a statement?
No, I did not get a statement, and I don't have representation. So, yeah, that's the problem. But I'd like to go on with my questions. Has Highland confirmed coverage for due process or ultra verse violations? And I can't answer that. It's a board member question. I'm a board member and I cannot answer that. Has any board member consulted personal counsel about 1983 liabilities?
Could you restate it's reading 1983
Yeah, section
liabilities?
1983 liability.
Okay, thank you.
Is the board aware that intentional constitutional violations are not immune?
I want to say something here.
Wait,
Let me interject something. I remember watching with curiosity the bus purchase, and I remember an attorney saying, "Oh, don't worry about that. You got time." And then I remember I got to watch the nuclear fallout, and I got to sit in a room where you had, I don't know how many lawyers at $300 an hour just cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching while you settled that. And it occurred to me that sometimes giving bad legal advice nets you more money than giving you good legal advice. And I think that might be the case here. Let's just let them do this, because in the end, we'll just get richer off of it anyway when they challenge it. Doesn't matter if we win or lose, we get paid the same anyway. So I think that's the beast. I mean, unfortunately, I've had people say, school districts aren't all about education, they're all about the money. And man, we sure are showing that in some aspects here. Enriching attorneys and other people through these types of actions that don't benefit the district, then trying to blame us for that. And you can try all you want, but the truth is, I don't speak the way you like. I don't act the way you like. So you're going to try to get me to bend over and kiss the ring. But I do have First Amendment rights. I do have rights to be a person. And I think I conduct myself pretty well. And I could always improve. But what you're doing here is wrong and unlawful. And what you're doing to Kathy is probably even more wrong and unlawful. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you've attacked her before with horrible cause. And you know what? You went into executive session and did it. And you came out of executive session. Oh, and you forgot to even call a reason for executive session. So then you doctored the minutes to reflect a reason for executive session. That's how we ended up in court, because I couldn't sit for that. And I shouldn't, and neither should the public. Someone needs to call you out when you act this egregious.
And that's why you're being censured.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. A badge of honor. You just endorsed it. Thank you so much.
Providing oversight is a reason for being censored. That's wow. Has the board Is every board member aware that knowingly acting on an unauthorized investigation conducted outside the board's legal authority eliminates quality immunity and creates personal exposure? Well, you should be if you're not. Which allegation involves a protected class? This is a misuse of the ACA, ACB policy. No answer. Why are political disagreements and oversight questions treated as harassment?
May I ask a question? Did you
Sure.
write these questions?
Why
No
was
answer.
the AC,
Kathy,
ACA?
she asked if you wrote
I'm not
these
answering
questions.
her question. There's no reason to answer. That's ridiculous. Why was ACA, ACB used when the investigator said in his report, it does not expressly apply to board members? Now, I'd like to have a couple of questions related to the timing and motive in retaliation. Why is the censor being introduced at the last meeting of the year?
Because it got held up because of late meetings and um, we didn't get the report until, what was it, October? Something like that.
And then we had the other stuff that took priority.
Yeah.
Well, the report came in August. Why it came in August, I don't know. That's supposed to be done in 15 days of the complaint. Why it wasn't, I'm not the investigator. Why was it added only to the public agenda and not to the draft agenda or the copy of the agenda that was actually sent to Mr. Kirshner and me? The only agenda we received did not have the censor on it. Why is that?
Let me comment. So I know October was late, but you've had all that time that you could have put together the public hearing that you promised me directly would happen. I was going to be afforded a public hearing based on your word, which I should have known better than to trust. And that was witnessed by multiple attorneys, I will say. And I would hope that not all of them will lie and say I didn't say that. That was my stipulation for being in that meeting. I would only sit in that meeting if you promised that I would be allowed representation to respond. That was my absolute demand to sit in that meeting. And I know the attorneys in that room know that I stated I believed it was an unlawful meeting because I am an elected official, not a public official, as stated under 12122. I think that was quoted, or section G1, whatever it is. But I'm not that person, and I think that's going to play out really badly that you did that. But regardless, that was your promise to me, and you broke it. And I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Is this action related to my OMA lawsuit? Does the board understand this timing appears retaliatory? All right, I'm going to go on to evidence, findings, and accuracy.
Good, testing.
All right, question, does any board member dispute that the resolution misstates, exaggerates findings?
Could you restate, please?
Does any board member dispute that the resolution to censor me misstate or exaggerate findings?
I do.
If 13 allegations were proven, why is the report presented as wholly negative?
It read as if you said 13 allegations were improvement. What were you trying to say?
The investigator found that 13 allegations were not proven,
Not proven.
unproven. Yes, not proven. Did, President Farrell, did you consider whether your personal conflict should have argued for placing the censor on the agenda? Are you aware that acting against a political opponent with whom you are in litigation may be evidence of retaliation? When did you first see the draft censored language? Any of you? Did you see the draft? Mr. Kirshner, did you see the draft?
I'm gonna need you to speak slower and enunciate because what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing does not make sense.
The question was, when did you see the draft of censor language or resolution?
I actually haven't seen it. I just saw it on the agenda that there was going to be a censor.
Why was it absent from the internal draft agenda? Do you need more time to answer that? Or are you refusing to answer a valid question again? Mr. President Bauer, as the individual with authority to approve the agenda, at what point did you decide to place a censor of a litigation opponent, me and Mr. Kirshner, onto the agenda? And did you seek legal guidance about the conflict of interest inherent in taking official action against somebody you have personally filed a claim against?
I have a question that's just occurred to me that's very compelling. So, legal counsel prepared a motion for censor and only a privileged few board members got that? Isn't that amazing? It had to come to somebody to get on this agenda, but it sure didn't come to me. I think that goes back to what my complaint has been about Kayla Brown from the get-go. And that is they play favorites. They act like presidents have superpowers, or they turn it into a team sport. You want to talk about it not being a team sport? They turn it into a team sport.
It was on board docs.
By not equally communicating. There's no way that this censure shouldn't have been turned over to my counsel. Should have been copied. I should have been copied on it. It's so funny because they say they're conflicted out of certain things, but then they don't communicate to me or something this important. I don't get it. I do not understand that for a second. It should really be a shame because honestly, the shoe on the other foot, I would make sure that you all saw what came from our law firm. And I should have had access to that. I should have been prepared. And the fact that they're only communicating to a limited party on this issue is totally wrong. If they left me out of certain things that for some reason I shouldn't know about, that's one thing. But a resolution to leave me out of that, that's totally unacceptable and wrong.
For you to imply that the three of us had talked about it and got this all together is insulting. I saw this when it was on the agenda, which I get from board docs. And when the attachment is sent that says, here's the link to board docs. And if you go to those board docs, it has the agenda. That is where you get it.
Is this, as you said, Kathy's addiction that we're here? Is that what you said?
No,
When
I'm not repeating myself.
Well,
For
as a
point of
hearing
clarity.
impaired person who has to be disclosed caption, I just don't have to file a complaint that the closed caption is not adequate for my disability. So, because you won't repeat yourself, Libby and LaToya won't
I
like.
say go on board docs and get the agenda.
What does that
right there.
mean? You confirming what you said in a meeting that's showing up on closed caption. And it's not being put on there adequately.
It came across as addiction to, I'm just seeking clarification because I do rely on closed captioning. And it came across wrong, so, that was just.
Why do you have to closed caption to continue it, you're not going to
I
repeat
repeated
yourself?
myself. It would go to
And
board
LaToya
docs.
says she won't repeat herself either.
And
So
so,
I'm just saying,
I
it's, you know, and so you talk about us.
I
You
did
talk
repeat
about
myself.
us.
I did
You should be ashamed.
I did repeat myself. I would like to ask, make a motion for 2-minute recess, please.
Did you verify that the investigation had been legally authorized?
I would like to make a motion for a 2-minute recess, please. So I have a second, if that's okay, but I'm gonna step out. If we're gonna keep going, that's fine. I just wanted to be mindful of my colleagues. Okay, hearing none.
Did she make a motion? Does every board member acknowledge that not one step of AC, ACA, ACB was followed? Not one step. Does every board member understand that adopting a censor based on an invalid process violates clearly established constitutional law? Is anyone willing to move to table this resolution until legal counsel provides a written opinion? Did you hear that, Kirschner?
Yeah, I did. I see it. I'm sorry, I was having a discussion about the hearing assistant device and why I'm not using it because it's picking up all kinds of extraneous noises.
I know, it's bad. So the question again was, is anybody going to move to table this resolution until legal counsel provides a written opinion?
I made the same motion earlier and they ignored it. I would certainly second the motion that this action be reviewed by the prosecutor's office and the auditor of state to ensure compliance, which I think is always wise, and it doesn't cost the money that it does when you send it to Kegler Brown. And in my experience with the prosecutor's office, they are the ones who do a lot of open meetings training and get really good advice at no cost. So yes, I would move that prior to censoring Mrs. Walsh, that the board have this action reviewed by the prosecutor's office and by the auditor of state.
Second.
All right, so I have Mr. Kirschner as first. Mrs. Walsh as second. Can you repeat the motion?
Yes, I move that prior to taking any action against Mrs. Walsh, that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education refer this action to the prosecutor, Franklin County prosecutor, and to the auditor of state to ensure compliance with First Amendment rights and Open Meeting Act rights, and our rights to public hearing. Thank you.
What was the last part of that?
Which part, sir?
After two rights and, I'm just writing this down.
Okay, I had to the auditors, state to ensure compliance with First Amendment rights, open meeting rights, and I'm sorry, the subtitles got screwed up. And compliance with the Open Meetings Act and our rights to a public hearing.
Any discussion? Council roll call, please.
Well, I'm trying to get here. I mean, I get all of it wrong. I'll go in the next couple of days and make sure I get it right. So we're the first, Kathy first, John seconded?
No.
I made a motion.
Sorry, John first, Kathy second. Okay. All right, Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Oliver?
Can you repeat? I just got back to my seat. If you could repeat the motion, because I logged into,
I'm trying to,
that's why I asked for a recess. But
so the right side to
so I
go.
can just abstain. I'll abstain.
Okay, so John said yes. Mrs. Oliver said abstain. Mr. Bowser?
No.
Mrs. Gray?
No.
And Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion fails.
Is that the other motion that was made?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we ready to move to?
No. Okay, so our anti-harassment policy, ACB states that filing a malicious or knowingly false complaint is itself a violation. At what point in the process did the compliance officer or anyone evaluate whether any of the allegations might be knowingly false?
Yeah, I find it curious that there was many findings of no fault, yet, hey, you get a pass if your claims were false. I don't think that's right. And also, there was a total lack of investigation. I mean, there were people that should have been interviewed that were not interviewed. And it was a very shallow investigation. When you find, normally I would think, when you find no violation, or when you find that the statement the person made was patently false, I think there should be an investigation to the other side of that issue. That was really troubling as I was going through these depositions to hear some of the claims and then to easily be able to refute them. Oh, but no big deal, right? You can make whatever claim you want without any consequence. So when you talk about how this works and harm to the employees, it's a two-way street as well.
Can the board identify a single line in the investigator's report which analyzes whether any whether the complaint may have submitted exaggerated, misleading, or knowingly false allegations as required under ACA, ACB? If not, why was this mandatory step omitted?
Wow. I wish you guys could borrow a mirror or sit on the other side of this in your mind and just think about that question. Imagine you're on the other side of that and you have a board that misses that step. Wow. So in our world, with you three voting, someone could say anything and there'd be no consequence for that because you're only looking at the one side you want.
I just wonder how the board would think if this happened to one of our employees or one of our students. They have children who are students. What if this process was done to them as it's being done now against not following our policy? My next question. Since the policy mandates a credibility and mode of analysis, can someone explain how the board is prepared to vote on censure before determining whether any allegations were false or retaliatory in nature? Correct. Did anyone compare the allegations in the complaint to actual video recordings, emails, and meeting transcripts to verify accuracy before relying on them? If so, where is the verification?
Let me give you an example. I guess you probably don't know this because I didn't, but did you know I'm a moderator of the Good, Bad, and the Ugly? And that I actually control what goes on there and what doesn't? It's really easy for someone in technology or any of us to look on the Good, Bad, and the Ugly and see who the moderator is. I have no influence on that site. I've been kicked off that site. I am definitely not the moderator. But you can bring a charge like that and nothing will happen. You don't even have to look into it. Don't even have to remotely believe it's accurate. You can just make a claim, and with this board, it'll fly.
If the board does not assess whether an allegation were knowingly false, how can we assert publicly that the censor is based on findings rather than untested claims? Where in the investigator's final report does he address the question of whether any statement made by the complainant were untrue, exaggerated, incomplete, or taken out of content? Is the board aware that the investigator's contract requires him to follow school policy, and those policies require analysis of malicious or knowingly false complaints? Why does the report contain no such analysis?
My answer is they're inside what I call the aquarium. They're part of the internals. They're used to having their bread buttered by school districts, by administration, by that big cash cow. And I think they're biased towards that. They're biased, I think, whether you're talking about some of our legal counsel or whether you're talking about this investigator. They know where their bread's buttered. And it was very clear that this wasn't an unbiased investigation. Very clear to our counsel. It was very clear to our counsel that this was overreaching, overly broad, and done poorly. So I'll answer that question. I think it's financially motivated. I think Mr. Weaker will get more business right along these lines because he is more of a means to an end, in my opinion, than an independent investigator.
Did the investigator ever review whether any complainant might have had a motive to misinterpret, exaggerate, or frame interactions in a negative light, especially during ongoing litigation policy disputes in contract negotiations. Since the censor resolution relies heavily on the investigator's report, and since the report never analyzes whether allegations were knowingly false, how can the board legally rely on the report as a factual foundation? I mean, these are important questions, because the censor said in there, create a hostile and abusive work environment, which the investigator said I did not do, and found no violation. Said I didn't do that. But that's what your censor says. How many of the whereas statements in these resolutions were independently verified by board members, and how many were simply accepted from the investigator's untested summary?
Could you restate the last? It says investigators untested salary, and I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. How many of the whereas statements in these resolutions were identified, independently verified by board members, and how many were simply accepted from the investigator's untested summaries? Would the board be comfortable censuring elected officials based on allegations that have never been tested, challenged, or vetted for accuracy? Well, we know 3 board members would. If later evidence proves that the allegations included in this resolution is false and materially inaccurate, what is the board's plan to rescind or correct the public censor? Under Ohio law, knowingly false allegations can constitute defamation per se. Has the board considered liability if it publishes false allegations under the censor label or under the label of censor? Created a hostile work environment. Would any board member be willing to personally certify that every allegation in these resolutions, in the resolution, is accurate, complete, and truthful? Any of you, before we vote on it, are you going to do that? Oh, I didn't think so. Does the board recognize that when respondents are silenced and only complainants are heard, the risk of false allegations being accepted as fact increases dramatically?
I would say this board has never shied away from actions that lead to legal actions. And I think it's evident in this particular meeting when you don't take the time to learn the job, to learn the motions, to investigate and read the laws, to allow the other side to respond fully with representation and provide the public hearing specified by law and by practice. I think it's real obvious they just don't care. Let the chips fall back where they may. It's other people's money, spends real easily. So let's just make the point, see if we can shame them, and move on down the road. I don't know why it doesn't work. It mainly backfired, but it's very disappointing.
Is it ethical for a superintendent to label routine oversight questions and public comments as harassment in order to initiate an investigation of an elected board members? We have to be careful here. We're setting a precedent for future board members. Under what ethical authorization did the superintendent initiate a personal complaint against elected officials using a statute harassment policy not designed for board members without board authorization? Why did the superintendent bypass the district's designated compliance officer, I believe that was Mark Trace at the time, and deliver his complaint directly to board legal counsel instead of following AC, ACA, and ACB?
I'm going to point to something. We've said here, we've seen employees investigated for some pretty egregious things. And step one was fact finding internally. And we were certainly not afforded that portion of the process. It would have also cleaned up the complaint if you had done some fact finding prior to initiating the complaint. You certainly would have caught gross errors, or if you would have had a conversation with the person who's being complained about, which is typical as well. Some of the major issues could have been addressed. Some of the false allegations should have been addressed, which would have saved time and legal fees, and also would have eliminated a lot of liability that is now laid down before the taxpayers.
I'm going to ask again, under what board resolution or vote were the investigator and outside attorney hired for this matter? And your silence is telling the public everything. It was not. Can the treasurer identify any board action or authorized expenditure of district or insurance funds for this investigation? Was the investigator paid by the district, the insurance carrier, or through outside counsel? And I do know that he was paid through outside counsel as professional services by Kegler Brown. But I don't know under what authority Kegler Brown hired them and how the purchase order process was approved. Were the funds certified, or did the treasurer certify that funds were available before service was rendered as required by Ohio municipal law? Has the board reviewed any of the investigator or outside counsels related to any invoices related to this matter? It's been a lot of money. There's a lot of things we could have done for our students with this money. A lot. And there's going to be a lot more money spent on this matter. It's just a shame. What is the total amount spent so far on the investigation and all associated legal work? Do any of you know? Do you care? Why is the board being asked to adopt a censure resolution before knowing the full fiscal impact of an investigation conducted without board approval? If district funds were expended without board authorization or proper certification, does this expose the board or administration to potential Ohio ethics and fiscal accountability consequences?
And I want to make a statement. After all these questions, I still have some more, but. I object to the resolution of Senator Walsh on multiple serious procedural and constitutional grounds. The investigation was never lawfully authorized by the board. The resolution rests entirely on an August 29, 2025, final confidential investigation report prepared by Attorney Mark Weaver. That report itself states that he was engaged by legal counsel for the POE to investigate the allegations, not by a vote of the board. As a sitting member, I am aware of no public board action that authorized an investigation of a board member, selected or approved Attorney Mark Weaver as an investigator, or approved any engagement agreement or fees for that work. Instead, outside counsel unilaterally initiated an investigation into an elected official in my individual capacity without any recorded vote of the board and without board discussion in open sessions. This is backwards. Council works for the board does not work for council. If there is no duly appointed board resolution appointing the engagement of investigator Weaver, then this entire report is the product of private action by council, not of the board acting as a public body. It should not be used as a basis for a formal sanction of any elected official. Misuse of the AC, ACA, ACB harassment policy. Superintendent based on protected class, race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, religion, ancestry, genetic information, and is written around complaints against students and board employees with a formal process run by compliance officer and the superintendent. In its own report, Attorney Weaver concedes that many of the allegations are not motivated by any protected class, and the anti-harassment and the harassment policy does not expressly bind board members in the same way it binds employees and or students. He still chose to apply it anyway. Yet the resolution repeats the harassment framing, hostile and abusive work environment, bullying, intimidation, and retaliation, as if a civil rights harassment finding had actually been made against me. It was not. The investigator, by his own analysis, had to resort to relabeling most of the complaint under other policies, code of ethics, board superintendent relationships, etc., precisely because ACA, and ACB does not fit. So this resolution is trying to borrow the emotional weight of harassment and hostile work environment, even though the board's own investigator acknowledged that harassment policy doesn't truly apply to a board member in this way, and then stacked distorted allegation policy violation on top of that misfit. That is not sound or honest legal foundation for a censor.
May I interrupt?
I'm not done.
Okay.
The agenda process here looks like an ambush. There is a long-standing practice of a draft agenda is circulated internally to board members before the final public agenda is posted. On the internal draft agenda circulated to the board, I received on December 1st, this resolution of censor Walsh did not appear. It only appeared later on the final agenda that is released to the public, and that I received when I got here. That's why the meeting took so long, because they still had not provided me with that agenda. That means a brand new, highly consequential action against an individual board member was added after board members saw the draft and before the public posting, without any direct notice to the member being targeted and without any prior opportunity to review or respond. Even if this technically satisfies minimum notice requirement, it does not satisfy basic fairness. Dropping a censor resolution onto the agenda, the last agenda of the year, after the draft version of the board members has gone out, and right before two new members will take office, looks less like measured governance, and more like a political ambush. The investigator's approach intrudes on my First Amendment speech. The report repeatedly criticizes my public speech, my public comments at board meetings, my vote and explanation on contracts, my comments in a newspaper article, and my sharing of articles or posts on social media. In that report, and Attorney Weaver acknowledges that I stated, I am aware of board code of ethics, but believe some provisions conflict with my First Amendment right to free speech, to speak freely and offer my opinion. And that I therefore do not view myself as bound by policy language that attempts to restrict constitutional protected speech. I actually think I owe a duty to my constituents to speak freely and out against things that are not right. He expressly rejected that then. Treats my public criticism of the superintendent's contract or bond plan as unethical and violation of board policy. It's ridiculous. Recommends that I be censored specifically for public harassment of administrative employees, and recommends that I be removed from committees unless I affirm that I will conform my speech to his reading of the code of ethics. In effect, the investigator is claiming that the board adopted code of ethics may be used to punish an elected official's public criticism of contracts, hiring decisions, bond plans, and the superintendent. And the board may demand that I limit or stop in my public position and comments as a condition of serving on committees to avoid censor or avoiding censor. That is not just a political dispute, it is a constitutional problem. Poor political speech, debate over public contracts, public debt, facilities plan, and the performance of a superintendent is at the heart of what the First Amendment protects, especially for elected officials speaking to and on behalf of their constituents. A board may not adopt a code of ethics and then use it as a weapon to punish or chill disfavored viewpoints. If this board votes to adopt this resolution, knowing that it is grounded in an investigator's explicit effort to limit board members' constitutionally protected criticism, it risks engaging in unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination and retaliation. The resolution overstates and distorts what the report actually says. The resolution recites that I, on numerous occasions, violated VA, VBA, VBAA, VBF, VBFE, VCD, CBI, VG, GBE, CBG, AFB, GBA, JO, JOR. But the report, even using its own generous standard, finds 13 violations and 13 non-violations. Several of the violations are not about harassment at all. They are disagreements about how much information a board member is entitled to receive, whether an article I shared is critical, or whether my public criticism on contracts is too harsh. In multiple sections, the investigator concedes no violation on key policies, no violation of the harassment policy for my records requests and comments, because the policy is not written to bind board members and wasn't tied to a protected class. No violation regarding social media links, repost about employees because there's no company criticism and no protected class places. No violation regarding my request for meeting record, acknowledging it is type 2. It was tied to an ADA complaint and that it ultimately left the existing access method in place. The resolution collapses on all nuances and simply announces that I have exhibited behavior that falls below the standard of conduct under a long list of policies. That is not an accurate or fair representation of the investigator's own mixed findings. What this really does, this resolution does not correct a policy gap or protect staff. It does three things. It ratifies a privately initiated investigation of an elected official that the board never lawfully authorized. It misuses the civil rights harassment framework to label policy disagreement, public criticism, and oversight as bullying and hostile work environment. It attempts to discipline and chill an elected board member's core political speech under the guise of ethics. This is a dangerous precedent for me today and for any future board member who dares to challenge a superintendent, question a contract, or oppose a facilities plan. For all these reasons, I respectfully request that this resolution of censure Walsh be withdrawn from consideration, or at a minimum, the board table it indefinitely and first address whether the board ever lawfully authorized the hiring of the investigator week, whether policy ACB can be used at all as a basis to discipline an elected official, and whether this board wishes to expose the district and its members to constitutional challenges and further litigation by formally punishing protected speech. I remain fully prepared to follow the law, the Ohio and U.S. Constitution, and all board policies that are validly adopted and applied in a lawful manner. I am not prepared to surrender my obligation or my right to ask hard questions, to disagree publicly, and to advocate for my constituents. So I move that the censure for Walsh be tabled, that the board table it indefinitely, and first address whether the board ever lawfully authorized the hiring of investigator Weaker, whether policy ACA and ACB can be used at all as a basis to discipline an elected official, and whether this board wishes to expose the district and its members to constitutional challenges and further litigation by formally punishing protected speech.
Good second.
All right, I have Mrs. Paul as first, Mr. Kirshner as second.
Yeah, and I will say, I've often wondered, and now it's clear to me, I believe, I've often wondered why, when I was on the board before, we were very close to the prosecutor's office. It was Nick Soltz. And we conferred with him regularly, and we avoided a lot of legal expenses by using the prosecutor's office. I think I know why now we don't do that anymore. I believe if this was turned over to the prosecutor's office, if the auditor were to review it, you wouldn't get the bottom paid for response that you get that we're getting. It's not a personnel game. It's not, there's no money to enrich anyone. So you get honest, straightforward answers. But I think when there's money to be made, I think favoritism shows up. And I've said from the minute I got here, I saw something wrong with our legal relationship and the fact that they don't wholly represent the board, that they sometimes provide what I believe is horrible advice. And I think maybe that's why we don't go the other way, because you really can't steer the prosecutor's office. You really can't steer the auditor. And they're not on anybody's payroll, paid for by the taxpayer. So I think maybe I understand why we spend so much money on legal fees.
Roll call, please.
I wanted to make a statement. This is a public record now, correct? So you've had your reading, I would like to read something from the complaint or the investigation report. Mrs. Walsh had 5 days to submit a written response to the complaint. An extension was requested by counsel to Mrs. Walsh and granted by me on March 7th, 2025, making a response due on March 14th, 2025. On March 14th, 2025, counsel to Mrs. Walsh requested a copy of my engagement agreement with the Board of Education in order to understand the scope of the engagement. A copy of the agreement was sent to council on March 19th, 2025. On the same date, I communicated that if I do not hear back from you regarding Mrs. Walsh by March 31st, I will proceed in the investigation without her participation. To be sure, on April 2nd, 2025, I emailed Mrs. Walsh's counsel and asked how Mrs. Walsh would like to proceed. To date, no written response has been submitted. I also attempted to schedule an interview with Mrs. Walsh as a part of the investigation. Together with the notice delivered on February 27th, 2025, I provided my availability for an interview on either March 13th or March 28th. After the deadline for a written response had passed, my March 19th communication to council, as discussed above, indicated that I would proceed without Mrs. Walsh's participation if I did not hear back by March 31st. No request for an interview was made and no dates were offered by respondent. My investigation therefore continued without Mrs. Walsh's participation. Nonetheless, on July 25th, 2025, I offered yet another opportunity for Mrs. Walsh to be interviewed. This opportunity was accepted, and as a result, an interview with Mrs. Walsh was scheduled and held on August 1st, 2025. Mrs. Walsh was represented by co-counsel Doug Holtis and provided Mrs. Walsh with the opportunity to respond to all applications made by Mr. Group. Mrs. Walsh's responses are reflected throughout the final confidential investigation report. So this shows that you were given a copy of the agreement. Nope. Your legal counsel was. There was multiple requests, gave you every opportunity in the world to put your side story out there, and it didn't happen until July 25th. Or August 1st, I'm sorry, August 1st.
So what you're saying is you have an insight to what the communication was between Mark Luther and our council, which you don't. And what you're jumping right past is the fact that the board did not legally and lawfully engage him. And there's no motion, there's no action by this board to investigate a board member. So great, you got all those dates and all those times. You don't know what was going on with our council. You don't know what was going on, what communication happened between the two of them. You don't know what periods of silence happened between them before they engaged us, etc. And also, I think you know the circumstances, and I hope you recognize the circumstances without me bringing them up of what Kathy was going through for the first 6 months of this year. And don't be callous to that, please. So this was just an add-on to a terrible life experience that she was going through, that she brought unlawfully, and here you are. So if there were delays while her loved one was dying, I think you should really weigh that in to your harsh criticisms.
Roll call, please. Okay, so we are voting on now the motion that Kathy just presented about the table. Everybody understand? We're voting on the motion to table the censure. Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
No.
Mr. Bauer? No. Mrs. Clever?
No.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion fails. On to roll call for the original motion.
The original motion is Groveport Madison School Board of Education approve the censure of Mrs. Walsh. I have a first of Floyd, second by John. So again, to approve the censure. Mrs. Walsh?
Please read the motion.
Sorry, the Groveport Madison School Board of Education approves the censure resolution for Mrs. Board Member Walsh. Mrs. Walsh?
I refuse to vote because I have been denied due process, evidence, legal counsel is not available, and adequate notice. This vote is invalid and violates my rights as an elected official.
I agree. I would love it if you all could reflect back to all the illegal things you have done over your years. It just think about, the only reason this is happening is because you three have the majority and you just don't care.
All right, we're still on the roll call.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Becker,
Aye.
Mrs. Albert,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion passes. On to item G, superintendent's agenda.
First item on the agenda, it's listed besides the presentation, but I'm pretty confident that this needs to be an action item. It is our 2025-2026 gifted plan. So the superintendent recommends that the Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison gift identification plan for the 2025-2026 school year.
So,
Second.
All right, Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dahlberger is second. Any discussion?
Yeah, this says that this is a presentation, it doesn't say it's an action item. So we're voting on it, it's wondering.
yeah, just explain.
Mrs. Morbiser just asked this to be added to the agenda, but because this is our identification plan, I'm pretty confident that this needs to be an action item to be approved by the board, which is why I proposed it as an action.
Roll call, please.
Wait, he says, I'm very confident that it needs to be an action item, what are we voting on? The presentation, the
The
plan?
gifted identification plan that's attached in the agenda.
I have a plan in front of me, I have a presentation now, is that the plan, the presentation? Okay.
So what Mr. Group is saying is that Ms. Morbiser had reached out and asked for it to be added, and that he believes that it needs to be an action item and not just added.
We've already adopted the agenda, and that's not what was on the agenda, so you're wanting to add it to the agenda, is that what you're saying?
That's what he asked.
I haven't even read this document. It was just set down in front of me. 48 hours advance notice, another violation of our board policy. And this is gonna go through, right? Jeez.
Do I need to
Very
make the
important
motion
thing.
to make it an action item?
So would it be appropriate for this to be a first read or?
Here, Mr. Kirschner, you can turn your lights on, Mr. Kirschner.
So I'm still waiting, kind of. Would it be appropriate for this to be a first read? Is there some time sensitive issue for the superintendent group?
I think it's time sensitive because it probably should have been approved last summer, but I would need Mrs. Morbiser to answer that. But if you don't want to vote on it tonight,
I would like to make a motion to revise it to make it an action item.
Second.
All right, Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dahlberger is second.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
I made a motion to make this an action item.
Thank you.
We got right first Libby, second Latoya.
So we're going to vote on amending the agenda, right?
Yes, to make it an action item.
And you realize that to amend the agenda, it's a 2:30 vote. Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
Can you repeat that? What did you say?
I said it's a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda.
We amend agendas all the time.
Like you just tried to do with the majority agenda to table.
I'm just saying.
Am I correct?
Is that accurate?
Because if that's the case, then all of the things where she was trying to amend, all these resolutions, then therefore those should not.
That's correct.
This is amending the agenda, not a resolution.
It's still the agenda, an agenda item.
Okay.
Can we get clarification real quick before we vote? Majority? Okay, not 2/3. Okay,
I'm sorry, could you repeat the conversation, please?
I asked, we need a majority or 2/3?
Before adoption of the agenda, but not after adoption of the agenda.
Attendance in the department.
We've been sitting there for how many years, you should know. Can we have a recess? I would like a 5-minute recess. We can look it up. I'm here to have a 5-minute recess. To give them time to read Robert's rules. I got a book here, if you want to look at it. Here we go. Right.
Second?
The motion is for a 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Bilderberg,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
If legal counsel
It
is
is
talking to the
11:41.
board, they shouldn't be having.
It just says
Sideward conversation.
we're having a 5-minute recess. That's literally all
Oh,
I
I plan on being a part of that conversation.
did. 5-minute recess. All right, it is 11:46 or 11:41. We will resume at 11:46. It is 11:48 and we're back from recess. We got clarification. And it looks like it's good as making it an actual item for just majority vote.
Point of order, I'm just gonna read from the Ohio School Board Association. It says, motion to amend, a board member makes a motion to change the agenda item from a discussion to an action addressing this exact scenario. Second the motion, another board member seconds the motion. The board votes on the motion to amend the agenda. 2/3 vote is required if the agenda was already adopted, which is common for order. The 2/3 majority of the board present is usually needed to approve the change according to the OSBA and the OSBI blog, or you can have unanimous consent. If all members agree, they can grant unanimous consent. The key consideration is that this ensures everyone has noticed that a formal vote will occur upholding open government principles, and then it goes on to talk about Robert's rules. So I have no confidence in the fact that it is not a 2/3 vote option. I'll be honest, I really don't care. I'm just reading what the OSBA has to say about this exact scenario. So if you don't mind, again, what is the, Mr. Superintendent, what is the time frame? What is the requirement here? Do you know?
I do not know what the requirement was. It was just given to me.
I mean, we're scheduled to meet in like 2 weeks or something. Is there any hang up for you that you know of if this weren't be adopted? That's the question.
We should, I'm speculating, we should already have this plan should have been in place before.
All right. So if it's okay, do you mind just walking us through it? And I've been pretty busy with some other things here, so just want to make sure there's nothing controversial here, nothing new. How does it compare to what we had before, et cetera, please?
Kelly, will you come up, please?
So Carol gave me some talking points for this. There are many changes compared to our previous plan. There's new 25 gifted operating standards, and so we're trying to align our plan with that. The main change is that we added clustering grouping to align with the new operating standards. This definitely is happening at the middle school and the high school, but in elementary schools, it depends on the grade level in our building. Some of our families had already been notified of the class rosters before the operating standards were released, and following the clustering grouping would require us to make roster changes for some gifted students and even students not identified as gifted. So we applied for a waiver this year, but we will be more purposeful with our scheduled class rosters in elementary next year. We will place the students in clusters, at least 3 students with the same gifted identification in the same classrooms. We compared our gifted plan to a couple other districts, and they're very similar. We added a few possible assessments that we could use to identify students. And the gifted professional development, we are near 3 of our gifted PD, although some teachers are excluded from the gifted training as stated in the negotiated agreement. The majority of teachers must earn 15 hours of gifted training per year until they hit 60 hours. After 60 hours, we're required to earn 4 hours per year. Teachers earn their hours with the gifted Google Classroom activities, response to articles and videos, and there are PD sessions during their training teacher time.
If you could help me, sorry, it sounded like you said beauty sessions, I'm sure you didn't.
TBT time is one, what do they call it here?
Teacher makes the,
No, they don't call it. Collaboration time, CT time, CT time.
Thank you. So will this affect capacity in any way?
No, I don't believe so. What do you mean by capacity?
I didn't know if this clustering would affect the number of students that can be housed.
Clustering happens when you put three children who have the same ID in a classroom. So the way that they're doing most of the gifted training or gifted instruction now is through cluster instead of where they would pull students to different buildings. I believe that was the past practice.
And so as far as you know, this isn't going to have an impact on our ability to house students?
No, because the clustering, basically, they don't have to go to separate buildings, they don't have pullouts, they stay in the classroom, but they try to cluster the kiddos together and then do lessons that will allow them to have more challenging or, lessons that are more up to their level.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so what's the motion as it is stating right now?
I got it to revise to make it an action item. First by Libby, second by Latoya, is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that?
Can you come up, please?
I put it to a vote, right?
So-
Make a motion to put it to a vote?
Yeah, so if your motion is, you can make a motion to approve the gifted plan
Yes,
that is on your board agenda.
yeah, I make a motion to approve the gifted plan that is on our agenda. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you made a motion to approve a plan?
Yes,
And that is an action item, so we are effectively moving to change a presentation item to an action item. And then we're clear or unclear on the move that takes.
Are you asking me?
Might as well. I mean, I just read it from the OSBA and it says it's 2/3.
Yeah, so if the motion is to amend the agenda, then you're right, it's a 2/3 vote. If Ms. Gray is making a motion to approve the gifted plan that is on your agenda, she's not making a motion to amend the agenda, she's making a motion to approve the plan.
But you're taking an action on the presentation, which is definitely, it seemed like, changing the agenda.
So this was the conversation that Ms. Walsh and I got into. So there are motions that sometimes get made by board members. I mean, there were motions that each of you made throughout the course of the board meeting that you took votes on that aren't on the agenda. But you weren't making a motion to amend the agenda. Those happened at the beginning of the meeting.
Gotcha. Thank you.
and what I'm reading from the OSBA says that discussion items may start on as a discussion agenda and then move to an action agenda.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so I got advice to make an action item to adopt the plan.
Yes.
Get it. Correct?
You don't have a motion to revise, you simply have a motion to
Make an action.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're good?
Yeah.
Yep, roll call, please. Okay. Mr. Christian.
Aye.
Mrs. Oliver.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer. Aye. Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
I abstain.
Motion passes.
Because I didn't have the materials.
In light of the time, can I just say the department reports as submitted, or do you want presentations?
I move that we accept the department reports as provided.
Second.
Oh, I felt so bad.
Sorry, CBS.
CBS, would you like to come up and do your presentation?
No.
So make the department reports. Sorry.
To accept the department reports as presented.
And we thank you all for your patience and your time here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, and who's first?
Mr. Kirshner.
Second.
Mrs. Donaldberg.
Okay. Roll.
Yes. Mr. Hershman?
Aye.
Mrs. Alberg?
Aye.
Mr. Dyer? Aye. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the tree trim / removal agreement with AEP.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Alberg as second.
This is just a revision to the workload changes. Dave, come on up.
The motion that was discussed last month was a temporary easement. This one is a permanent easement. They want to remove the 2 trees and put up a much larger pole. So this is something that is long-term. I just got this after I attended the coordination meetings and they presented this to me 2 weeks ago.
Where is this?
Right in front of Groveport Elementary. Very close to where you can drive in between Central and Groveport Elementary, right along the street.
And after the pole,
There's a pole there now. They want to replace it with a larger pole, and they would need to remove the 2 trees.
it's gonna be a round wooden pole, the replacement one?
They didn't say if it was a wooden or a galvanized pole. They just said it would be larger.
All right.
To roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Dyer?
Aye.
Mrs. Alberg?
Aye.
And Mr. Hershman?
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the resolutions for Groveport Madison Local School District with WPI and Groveport Madison School District wide with Gandy. And there are attachments outlining this.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Alberg as first, Mrs. Gray as second, on to the discussion.
If you would come back up, sorry.
So the agreements in front of you are for the radon mitigation at Dunlow Elementary. We discussed it last month. The hope was it would come in underneath the threshold. It did not. With the holidays and everybody working premium time, it came in at, it was like 80. So if we want to get it done over Christmas break, we need to do it through urgent necessity. As part of the project also, you'll see an agreement in there for testing of the rest of the district buildings. Again, if we go out to bid, we're not going to get those tested in time. We're supposed to have them tested before the end of March. So we're trying to utilize every 3-day weekend we have coming up, spring breaks, things like that, to get everything tested. It's still going to be very tight. There may be 1 or 2 buildings that bleed over a little bit into the next year, but we're going to attempt to get them all done if we can get enough crews out here. So that's the resolutions that are in front of you.
I have a question real quick. So
We didn't have that.
we did, I thought we did.
Oh, I didn't write it down, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Alberg was first.
Yeah, we did we're on the discussion, I guess, like, yeah, so my question was, with the testing, I know that we have trying to get the things fixed at the school. With the testing, would that also happen over break as well? Is there a possibility, or?
We're
So
gonna
trying to get as much done on everything, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
if this is board approved tonight.
Okay.
Yes, over Christmas break, we will start testing in the other buildings. And we've talked about like President's Day weekend.
Okay.
We've talked about Martin Luther King Day weekend. We're trying to get 2 or 3 buildings in each one of those weekends to get the testing because it's a 3-day test.
Okay, and do they have like a proposed, like, so you're just working on a proposed plan, but you want to make sure we got this first?
Yes, they've told me that if everything's board approved, they'll present me a calendar and that's what we'll work off of. So that's tentatively the plan.
Okay, and once it's approved, if it's approved, is there a possibility we could just get a copy of that so we have it on our radar with the sensitivity of it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, gladly.
What exactly are they gonna be doing? I don't have any contract or anything, just the resolution.
Yeah, there's not a contract yet. I need to get a resolution approved to enter into a contract. Everything has been ran through legal counsel. They prepared the resolutions. Basically, it'll probably be 9 mitigation systems throughout the course of that building. They'll core through the slab, and each mitigation system typically pulls from about 3 to 4 to 5 classrooms, depending on the size of the rooms. It will then, the ductwork will be ran out into the hallways above the drop ceilings and then vented out the roof. Any other questions?
Do we anticipate much HVAC load from this system?
No, we do not, because it shouldn't add anything to the HVAC system. It is pulling the radon from underneath the concrete slab, so we're not adding a heating load or a cooling load, depending on which season you're in. Any other questions?
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
I'm gonna say no, because I didn't have this information, and I have no idea what's going on here. Thank you.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Albert.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirchner.
No.
Motion passes.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Houseman, for getting on that and getting this ready for our students to get on, so we can get as much of this done over break, which I think is advantageous. I know it was extra work, and I'm going to bring it back, and thank you for being upfront and getting all that information to us over the building. I appreciate that.
Next one to me, Treasurer recommends Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the minutes from November 11th regular board meeting.
So,
Second.
Mrs. Gray is first, Mr. Kirschner is second. Any discussion? Hearing none, council roll call, please. Mrs. Walsh.
I'm gonna abstain, I was in the meeting, and I listened to it, but there's a lot that wasn't Washington.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer. Aye. Mrs. Albert.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirchner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the certificated board agenda attachment.
We want to.
Doesn't matter.
Mrs. Bauer is first, Mrs. Gray is second. Any discussion?
So I noticed that there are 2 employees here that haven't had background checks. Have this been completed since this was prepared? And that's on both the certified and the classified. And there's like the first 2 employees on both of those documents. The reason I'm asking is because I know the preschool had a violation that there was a employee there who did not have a background check, working, who was included in ratio. So it concerns me that we would have, that we have these on the agenda. I think they need their clear background check before I can approve.
So, quick question, I guess, on that part, I don't want to speak for HR. Is our process and HR from a day-to-day perspective that, I guess, under the timing of the board meeting, that they would entertain pending, but would not do a final job offer until the background and licensure, is confirmed? That is typical, like when they could be still given a tentative job offer, which is that's why that's annotated, that's how I'm taking it. But once they complete those 2 pieces, then it's a final job offer. So us approving this tonight is not saying they're starting, but we know this is where they are in the onboarding process, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So, thank you for that. So what are the safeguards now? What happened with the citing that, Mr. Walsh was, referencing and what are we doing to prevent that, please?
If I may. I can't speak for the certificated as much as I can the classified. A lot of times we'll put pending BCII and FBI checks on there. If it does happen to come back and there's a disqualifying offense, we call the candidate in, explain the situation, and share with them that we will not be able to employ them. And then it is to explain to them in the interview process that that is the case.
So is there a window in the BC background check where they may actually be working?
No, we do not start, both Mr. Trace and I have talked in the past, neither one of us will start anybody until we get the background checks in hand. Typically on the background checks, if there is nothing in that candidate's past, we'll get them within a day or two. If there is something, they flag them and it can take up to 30 days for us to get them back.
So are you familiar with the citing that Kathy is referencing?
I am not.
Okay. So.
What would you say when it said the citing it? Oh, citing?
Citing, you mentioned that we were cited for
Citing,
something.
yeah, that was on our last, Ohio Department of Children and Youth inspection at our, special education, at our preschool, little cruisers.
So is that something that's, I'm sorry.
There, yes.
Is that something that is repeated? In other words, yeah, I know it is. So after a certain number of years, you have to reapply, right?
Yes, Bob.
So is that something where maybe they just let it lapse inadvertently or, you know?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how long ago that was and what the processes may have been with people in that role before, but I can tell you as of right now, nobody starts until we have the background checks.
And one of them is already here as a sub. He finally passed his intervention specialist test. So Coley's background check is up.
Miss, if you could go up there for me, Miss Name, and thank you. If you could start from the beginning so we can have it on the YouTube and the closed caption, please. Thank you.
Sorry. So Coley is already employed as a long-term sub here, and he has been subbing at the high school, and he passed his certification test. So what that says is for the state's background test, that he has a background check from our school district and is completely cleared right now. That's not, so there's no worry about him. FYI, I didn't you think he was a new employee, it's not.
So any insights into how we get cited or how we discussed before?
So this is way before my time, because I have no information on this at all in any of the docs that I have.
Yeah, so it's, the finding was on March 19th, 2025.
Okay, I'll get with Michael.
Roll call, please. Mr. Hirschman.
Aye.
Mrs. Dever.
Aye.
Mr. Hager. Aye. Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as outlined on the classified board agenda.
Second.
Mrs. Reyes first, and Mrs. Gallagher as second. Any discussion? Hearing none, council roll call.
Mr. Hirschman.
Aye.
Mrs. Dever.
Aye.
Mr. Hager.
Aye. Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. Transportation Department has completed studies and residents in the affected areas will be offered payment in lieu for the 2025-2026 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached in executive content since it lists student names. Per section 3327.01 of Ohio Revised Code, we're declaring the students listed below impractical for the time and distance required to travel the number of pupils to be transported, the cost of providing transportation in terms of equipment, maintenance, personnel and administration, whether and to what extent the additional service unavoidably disrupts current transportation schedules, and whether other reimbursable types of transportation are available.
Second. All right, Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. Any discussion?
Yeah, so typically we see the schools being affected, not the students being affected. I don't see anything here. It doesn't look like the typical, document. Could you explain that number? Oh, that's not on the docs for some reason.
That's because it's.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's roll call.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Sauer?
Aye.
Mr. Becker?
Aye, Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
Could we, I move that we correct board docs to reflect the actual names of the schools involved as we typically do, please.
And more question quick, like on my board docs, it shows the schools and the kids.
Yeah.
It is, and that's executive content, so it's not forward facing, so if you're not logged in,
Oh, you're not looking at it, sorry, it's on executive content.
yeah, I'm logged in, so I can see it under
Yeah,
there.
so I still have the motion on the floor. So if an individual wants to see what we voted on and they're not, what level, they don't get to see it?
They don't get to see students' names.
No, I'm not looking for student names, what you have on your printed document, the list of the schools, right? So it says,
Yeah.
oh, I see, it says
The name of the
school and the name of the school.
Right, so you're saying you just wanna add the school name, Mr. Kirschner?
Isn't that typical? Or am I-
No, we just keep all of it off of it's never been on there because it's still giving the school. We never put anything on the admin side of it, it's always been on our side as executive content.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Motion fails for lack of a second, please.
On to the next item.
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the special education contracts as outlined in the attached files.
So moved. Second.
Mrs. Gallagher as first, Mrs. Gray as second. Any discussion? On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Sauer?
Aye.
Mr. Becker? Aye, sorry.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School cheer team trip to Las Vegas, Nevada.
I so move.
Second.
And Mr. Kirschner as first, Mrs. Gallagher as second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call.
And real quick, I thought I was yelling and, sorry. Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Ms. Sauer?
Aye.
Mr. Becker?
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye, and good luck to the team.
Yeah, I'm gonna say congratulations to them, awesome, excited for them.
Okay, my final item is the discussion topic of hosting a PLC conference on site. As you know, we saw convocation, we took a team of 22 people to Tucson early last summer. We sent a smaller team to Iowa about a month ago. We're all special needs students, special ed teachers. And then we have a team in California right now for PLC math. Those professional development opportunities you heard CJ talk earlier, he was one of the 22 that went to Tucson. They're very good conferences, they're also very expensive because not only do you have the conference cost, you have travel and hotel costs and things like this. We have been working with Solution Tree, the providers of professional learning community, professional development, and we have a proposal to host a Solution Tree event that would serve all of our teachers, all of our administrators, It would be a 2-day event here. We can invite up to 100 people from outside of the district and charge them a fee to attend, which we would keep that money. Those 2 days would be like a typical conference retreat. Additionally, along with this, it'll be customized to our goals, aligning with where we are in the process. There would also be 6 days of embedded professional development on site for the 26-27 school year. All the materials, all the coaching summaries, recommendations, and each participant would also get a book. When we originally started looking at this, the cost was going to be in the neighborhood of
270. So when we first talked about this, it was going to be $270,000. To get a preference, the trip that's I think 14 individuals are on right now in California. It's about 35,000.
Oh my goodness.
So
for 14.
For 14, 3 of them are there are 11 teachers and 3 admins. So when they first came into it, it was a not happening. No way, I can't afford that. Can't do that. But then, go ahead, James.
Well, I continue to meet with them and talk about different ways we could do this, different ways we could structure it, where we take on some of the ownership of organizing, promoting, all the setup and furniture and some things like that. And because really at the higher cost, it was going to be a no-go for us, so we negotiated down. It's a range of cost, and the reason it's a range, the 6 presenters that would come have a little bit different daily schedules, so that daily costs. So the lowest range would be 143, 325. The higher range would be 181, 125. Realistically, we think we would be about 150,000. And if we sold 100 seats at $500 a piece, we would recoup 50,000 back. This is professional development that we could do for our entire staff for 2 days as a way to kick off the year. So every teacher would have the same common language, same experience, have the books, and then 6 days of embedded professional development. It's still a lot of money, I understand this. However, as you've heard, Adam, from before, our financial situation, we are going to have to make reductions and take some positions through attrition this year to look to save money. And the reason I think this is so important is that if you have fewer staff, we have to get the most out of all of our staff that we can do. And so providing this kind of support in our PLC journey, honestly, I think is very much money well spent. And you know, again, you're looking at one group that's out there right now versus the entirety of our district. This is not a contract right now, but I wanted to propose this. This is something we want to do. We shared with the PD committee. The PD committee has given the green light for this, and so I wanted to share this with the board to answer any of your questions or see his thoughts, since it is a significant financial thing. Now, we also know, just this probably matters to Adam maybe more than other people. We could put half of this in this current fiscal year. We could put half in the second fiscal year, and we're looking at the different places where we could pull the funds to do this for professional development to really minimize general fund impact. These costs are flat costs. It's not the people plus their travel or things like this. This would be, we'd have an all-in cost with the contract. And then again, any of the seats we would sell to other districts, that money would go to offset our costs. Adam, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not enthused about spending this much on PD, but we have to have PD for our teachers. So when you rationalize it, where 14 people are spending 35,000, and not for, let's say it's only 150,000, but we can sell the seats. So let's say it comes out to 100,000, and you're getting 450 people out of it. You got to do the math like that. Makes it pretty simple. Again, I don't like spending money, but again, CJ came and was a teacher, loves the PLC. Obviously, he's working for a district where test scores are going higher. So you got to put some money into it. Where now you have 450 teachers for 100,000, getting a 2-day conference. I think it's the 5th and 6th of August, I think. And, GMI is good with this, they love it.
It would be our convocation and open kickoff.
It's like all in one?
All in one.
Okay. So what's the cost per teacher then? That would be you kind of.
100,000, absolutely.
You know, I mean, I was just thinking like compared to what we had before and plus, this seems like it would be more comprehensive too, right?
I mean, if you divide $100,000, or if we sell 100 seats and our cost comes up to 100,000, divide 4 to 50, it's $222 per teacher's office.
Well, and yes, correct.
And I ask the question, I know that, it's been a while, but we got rid of a contract that we were, those ladies that came in, they were like, I can't remember, but it was professional development, we had contracts with them, and it was extremely expensive.
Yes.
And I'm trying to think, yeah, thank you, Carolyn is here. I can't remember the name, but I remember it was more than this that we were spending.
It was, I think, over 200,000 just for that.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be at our high school, like I said, we got other schools around here to kind of come in, and so we would be the leader in this, in the area.
So is this just an introductory conversation to this, and there will be more follow-up and more?
It is yes, it's an introductory conversation to get a temperature check. If the board is not against this, or if the board is in favor of this, then the next steps would be to make final decisions, confirmation, and then bring a contract back to the board for approval with actual numbers and specific details.
Would it be possible to hear from our accountability and learning on this subject, please? Does that make sense?
And maybe have to write a report, you know, like.
So the next board meeting, you want like a report from Mike and Carol on this? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes, yes, I mean, they're in favor of this. I mean, Mike is at his third PLC conference right now.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to, for us to move forward, and the superintendent move forward with continuing to investigate the purposes. That way he has clear direction.
Second.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
I can make a motion to approve that the superintendent to move forward with investigating the possibility of having the PLC.
Second.
This is Dr. already, seconded. Any discussion? Mrs. Reyes first.
Libby.
Yeah.
Second.
Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Duggar.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, it's appreciated.
Thank you, thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Right. All right, next I'm bringing up the treasurer's report real quick. So we're in the month of November. And as he's bringing them up, I'll quickly go over them so you guys can see. Our total revenues for the month were almost 4.2 million. Our expenses were 8.6 million again. Very normal process where we spend more money.
Give us just 1 second, Nate is not writing on the screen yet, so it'll align with our YouTube channel, just 1 second.
You go cash flow first. All right, so as you can see, I'll a little later. We have 4.2 million revenues, 8.6 million expenses. Again, it's very normal where we have expenses, exceeding revenues. Again, our only two profitability months really are August and March, or maybe April whenever we get our tax allowance in. But then makes the cash flow really gets what earlier 54 million. So I said below 50, then I think that number. Yes, correct. So, but, nothing's surprising about these numbers. I have to do my next 4-year forecast because, or sorry, 4-year forecast in February. So in January, we do the numbers in February, we're gonna do my next 4-year forecast. But all these numbers I'm good with, but I want to keep on every month projecting on my 4-year forecast. I'm sorry about that. And we're still in line with that. What I presumed you guys got months ago. So I'm okay. Chart receipts again, it shows obviously 81% of our money comes from the state foundation, with the membership grants 8, and then another 13% for restricted grants 8, which again is part of the state foundation. So 94% of our income came from the state foundation, which is very high. Expenditures, 72.5% are personnel, insurance, and retirement, with another 20% in purchase services, and that's almost all. Changes from the prior year per month to month, nothing big. Our state foundation went up 326,000 from last year. It's a little bit increase based on the performance index that we got, because we're 3.5 stars. Other than that, everything pretty much stayed the same. The capital outlay, we did that increase 344,000 from last year in November, but that was because we just bought all the new Rubo networking servers there in this month that we did not do last month. So, but other than that, that's my work. That is all.
All right, thank you. On to item I, executive session. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education use executive session for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official in accordance with ORC 121.22.
So moved. Second.
Mrs. Gray is first. Mrs. Dellenberger is second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Hirschman?
Aye.
Mrs. Duggar?
Aye.
Mr. Iyer? Aye. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes. It is 12:30 and we are adjourned for It is now 4 AM. We have reconvened from executive session onto item K, comments, announcements, and other business.
Do I need to put in here that Kathy?
Yes, please note for the record that Kathy Walsh and John Kirshner both left executive session.
It was like 2:15, I think, right?
Yes. At 2:15 in the morning. Anyhow. All right. Any comments, announcements, or other business?
Yeah.
Hearing none, on to L, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, this is Grant first, this is Delaware second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Grant.
Aye.
Mr. Honor.
Aye.
Mrs. Delaware.
Aye.
It is 4:01 AM. We are adjourned.
Hey, can I just, if you, tomorrow, y'all just right? Okay.
We
I just want a copy of this, of my paperwork, right here.
Hey. Is that the thing for me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna just see.
She's not.
Yeah, you know her. Yeah,
So I gotta scan all again.
Oh, sorry.
Take a picture of it. So you
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to do it anymore.
can-
We did that for a while.